強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじまに
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Blue Otter Emerald League semifinals. Tonight's best of five will feature Iceborn Kingdom up against Dorado Gaming Iota in round 4 rematch with a spot in the finals on the line. Last time these teams met, it was a decisive victory for Dorado, but after picking up the upset victory over Syndicate last week, the Iceborn Kingdom are looking to reclaim their territory. My name is Crewman, and now, sirs, welcome to the penultimate week of the season. Please start us out with your IGN, your role, your team, and tell us what you think your squad has improved on the most this season. It's kind of a little bit awkward since you're both on the same team, but maybe you'll have different answers. Maddie, we'll come to you first.
Right. I'm Matty, or Spaghetti. I play AD for Gluttony. I think Gluttony improved the most on not allowing my jungle top to pick their own champs.
Yes, and then our other guest.
Yeah, I'm the top laner for CCI, and I think we improved on just doing what Matty says before he hits us. So I think we've come a long way.
Great. That's why you guys are on top of the league. You'll love to see that alignment, amongst the team members there. That's great stuff. But let's go ahead and take a quick look at the bracket now, so we can reassess, remind ourselves, how we got to this point. 4 teams remaining out of the 16 that we started with. So, of course, we did see Iceborn Kingdom, as I just mentioned, pick up the win over Syndicate in that first matchup last week. That was a 3-2. And then Dorado Gaming got the 3-1 victory over XSV Envy. We did see the Gluttons. That was a 3-1, I believe, as well over the Spire, if I recall correctly. Or was that the 5-gamer?
It was classy. It was Fiverr, never that. 3-1,
No,
classy.
yeah, it was the classy 3-1, yeah, and then it
Classy
was
3-1.
the classy 3-1 for the Monkeys, giving the business over to Team Solo Invade there as well. So that is going to be the other semifinal that we will not have on the stream tonight. Is going to be the Monkeys versus yourselves. So maybe we'll get to that matchup second. I think let's start with the streamed matchup this evening. Mr. Producer, if you could move us on over now to the predictions. We could take a look at what we all have. So Iceborn Kingdom versus Dorado Gaming Iota. I was originally going to go for the Dorado prediction here, but my friend Chucko unfortunately has bailed on joining us for the podcast, and so I was forced to switch my prediction at the last minute, and I am
That's
now
crazy.
predicting Iceborn Kingdom to win 3-1. So we'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen. I do think Iceborn Kingdom is one of those teams somewhat similar to the Spire, honestly, in terms of, in the sense that they're a team that has a lot of variance. I feel like when Iceborn wins, they tend to do so pretty convincingly, but they've also had some pretty devastating losses as well, including, I believe, to Dorado, in that round 4. It was a pretty tough loss for Iceborn. But Maddie, you are predicting this one to go all the way to 5 games. How do you think this streamed matchup's going to play out?
I do think it's going to be 5 games. I think I'm an Iota hater. Hee hee ha ha. I think Iceborn can take it in 5. I think Iceborn has way better mental fortitude and way better coaching than Dorado does.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm just taking a look here. It looks like, yeah, they did lose 0-2 to you guys as well during the Swiss stage. Anything you remember from that matchup that, you think Iceborn Kingdom have to look out for? Any weaknesses that you think they need to shore up in order to, get the best possible chances coming out on top of Dorado tonight?
Yeah, somebody needs to put a leash on their jungler. that's
Okay.
I scrimmed Iceborn 3 Sundays in a row with another team of mine, and I mean every single weekend they're steadily improving. The drafts get better, their in-game decisions get better. It literally comes down to, can Haman control himself, because the rest of the map is going to win without him, and if he just doesn't grief, they can win the game.
Yeah. I mean, Haman Karn also obviously not here for the podcast, so seems to me like a pretty even jungle matchup between him and Chucko. We'll have to see how it goes. CZI, same question to you. What were your thoughts playing against Iceborn Kingdom? And, you guys obviously played against Dorado as well. That was a little bit longer ago. But, thoughts playing against both of these teams. How do you expect this matchup to play out?
I think it's interesting because I think Dorado has a better like top lane. Their top side is like the top lane is better. I think Kali G is like the goat. Choco, I guess, is just the day on the day, and then I think mid lane's also better. But I'm still like, I know people say like, yo, the bot lane's like not that bad. I'm like, I don't know. But we'll see if if the bot lane can hold their own with Code Diddy and Koopa, then they should be all right in theory. Because sometimes Ramon Karn just does some wacky stuff. That's my
Okay,
guy.
you're saying that if the Dorado bot lane can hold their own against
Yeah.
Kodiddy and Koopa, then Dorado, you're saying, are gonna be feeling pretty all right.
Oh, they should be okay as long as no one's like doing some really stupid ass trolling. They should be okay.
Okay. Well, I love that you highlighted some of the specific players there. Let's take a moment to, dive into some of these matchups in a little bit more detail. So the top lane matchup going to be Kali G against Soe Z. You were just referring to Kali G as the GOAT. So clearly, you think pretty highly of that Dorado top laner. And definitely has had some really strong performances recently. Even last week, Kali G had multiple deathless games in that series win over XSV Envy. So, CCI, if you want to break down that top lane matchup in just a little bit more detail, what do you think are the strengths for both of these top laners? And, how one-sided do you really think that matchup is in favor of Kali?
I think Kali has overall more experience, and like he has like his pool's more solid in my opinion. Whereas like So Easy is like he's a more unknown factor because he's like a plat grad, but he's been playing solid. Like he's not bad by any sense of the by any means. But I think against Kali G, it's like Kali G can play both styles fairly well, but I think he does lean more into like the bruiser style, which I think So Easy also does like. But his team does also do like Maddie does to me, throw shackles on, force him on a Scion. So I think it depends on what type of style each of them are playing tonight. Because if they're both going aggressive, then I don't know. They could just be a coin flip top lane matchup every time.
Could be. Maddie, what are your thoughts? Famously, your own top laners, you don't like to see them go for those aggressive picks. How likely do you think it is that we see some spiciness in the top lane tonight? What are you expecting from both of those players?
I think Kali G is probably just the winner out of these two, but I know I played against Soezy in top lane. I've played against their team as a whole. That guy is very good at neutralizing lane. He's very good at just not allowing you to take over from top. So my hope is that he can just play whatever his team needs and neutralize. If he neutralizes, that's quite literally his only job, in my opinion.
So you're not expecting anything too crazy to be happening in the top lane in this series, but you do think that Kali G should be able to handle So Easy pretty comfortably, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, let's transition then over to the jungle matchup. We were talking about it a little bit already. Haman Karn versus Chucko in the jungle tonight. Likely based on, our expectations for what top lane is going to look like, where I'm imagining that probably the junglers are not going to be looking to have too, heavy of a focus up there. Probably going to be a game that's more decided by mid and bot. But, as far as the junglers themselves are concerned, do you think there's a significant difference between the play styles of these two players? And, how do you think that jungle matchup is really going to play itself out? Whichever you guys wants to go first.
Okay. I think it's the facilitator jungler in Haman versus the carry jungler forced into playing a facilitator.
Yeah.
I think Haman, if they're both playing facilitator jungles, Haman is going to win. If you let Chucko get counter picks and play his champs, like the carries of the jungle, we're in a very bad place, and it's gonna be very hard.
Very bad for Iceborn, you think?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, Chucko had that. He was 13-0-7 on Graves in game 2 last week against XSV Envy. So that, just to reinforce your point there. CZI, what are your thoughts between the junglers? Do you think they're going to be paying any attention to the top lane in this series?
Hell no. I don't know who comes to top lane anymore. Ironically, bro, it's a
Nobody,
ghost
right?
town, bro. Everyone cares about bot lane, but it's needy EDCs. But I digress. um, I think both of their styles are actually fairly like even. I think Checo's aggressive. Haman Karn's also aggressive, and he has like weird picks in his pool that he could pull at any moment. Whereas like Checo, I don't know if he has weird picks, but he has a good amount of picks. So
Right.
like Haman Karn could randomly just decide to turn into like Peanut out of nowhere and just start smurfing people on Lee Sin, and then he could be like an NPC as well. So both jugglers have that tendency to sometimes look AFK, and both of them could like turn up randomly. So it's like it's weird. It's really weird.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was talking earlier about how I feel like Iceborn Kingdom is a team with really high variance, right? And I feel like Haman Karn really kind of embodies that. Honestly, so easy to an extent as well. You guys, rightly were pointed out earlier that he has been playing a lot of tanks recently, so obviously there's not going to be as much variance if you're just playing, tanks, frontliners. But yeah, I feel like the top side of the map really is kind of where that comes from. Maybe from Codity a little bit as well, but we'll get to that in a moment. And while we're on the subject, actually, of top lane CZ, I want to take a little bit of a detour here. What are your thoughts on the changes, actually, for next season? I believe you guys are going to be getting, like, a free teleport and a couple of extra levels as well, I believe.
Alrighty,
Sounds pretty crazy.
I'm fucking steezed, bro. I cannot wait. It's about time.
Yeah,
Top lane supremacy is back in the menu, boys.
Oh,
we are
boy.
playing Trundle, Fiora. We are split pushing. We do not care about our team. It's about damn time we went back to the basics, baby. Tanks, goodbye. Hello. Trundle's back in the menu. I'm not running TP. I'm taking Ghost or Exhaust. Don't care. Cry about it. Later, bitch.
Maddie, how are you feeling? Are you indeed crying about it like I am? How do we feel about these top lane changes?
I mean, it'll just exacerbate when you have a worse top laner. I think that's the only downside. So
Yeah.
better pray that you are as good as you think you are there, buddy.
TC stocks are rising, baby. They're rising every day.
CZ stock's going up, yeah.
Every day,
Looking
baby.
good. Well, Maddie, what do you think about those bot lane changes? You guys are getting like 7th item slots, if I recall correctly.
I think Silicon and stuff like that, it won't matter whatsoever. It'll be pretty good in comp, though. I feel like it'll actually be really insane in comp, but you're just
So
never
you're
going to
gonna
get 7
try
items.
Are you going to try and hold on to the same style then? You're going to keep trying to convince your top laners to play weak side, even with the extra levels and the free teleport and stuff?
I'll always play this style. I'm too good at it. I can't help it.
That's fair.
Hey, man.
Well-
Hey, it's whatever. He's going up there 100 next split, bro. Have a good trip.
We'll see how it
Yeah.
goes. But for now, let's turn our attention back towards the matchup at hand. So we were on the mid lane now, I believe. Going to be OTF versus NBK. And one of you guys was just saying that, you feel like NBK is probably pretty, should be favored in that matchup. But OTF was definitely popping off a little bit last week against Syndicate, especially in that game 5. He really had a lot of stamina in that series and ended up going 8-0-13 on Victor, was the main carry in that game number 5 to get his team over the line. So, what do we think about this mid lane matchup tonight? What are you expecting from these guys, CZ?
I think it's a lot closer than people think, but I think MBK has the edge because he's not elo appropriate, and OTF sometimes has that brain glitch that Haman Karn affected him with, that he just like randomly dies on sides. So
Right.
it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah,
Oh.
I do feel like go on.
And what, buddy, is are you telling me that is OTF BKP's father, bro?
No, it's the other way
Or is
around, buddy.
BKP OTF's father?
Yeah, it's the other way around. I sent you the
I
meme.
mean, he
but,
might lose just so he doesn't play BK in finals.
That's what I'm saying.
Amen.
Oh, okay, yeah, a little bit of history there. You want to explain in a little bit more detail, Maddie, what this information you just provided us with?
That meme got posted in the general chat after we beat Iota. That is, or no, after we beat Iceborn, I can't remember which. I'm pretty sure it was Iceborn, though. Oh, it was for sure, because it's OTS photo. But that meme got posted, and all I can ever think about when I say a meme is, NBK is not on the list. He's not OTF's father, so either we're gonna get another addition to the meme here, or OTF's just gonna go crazy tonight.
All right. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, it's like a paternity test, and then the little icon over the baby is OTF, right?
Yep.
So then all of these people that are listed is Rutledge, Nizumi, Gabe, Chinese Spy, Zed, Feels. I can't read that. Is it Jacob? I'm not familiar with Jacob.
Yep.
Say Yuki, Humor, Eros, all OTF's
Golly,
father.
OTF.
Yeah, he's got a lot of dads. A lot of dads. That's must be a fun dynamic. A lot of people to play catch with. So
True.
that's nice. Anything else to add about this mid lane matchup? I think you guys have both weighed in on the mid lane matchup now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's time to talk about bot lane, Maddie. It's going to be Mustard versus Koopa in the bot lane. Koopa has been really strong this season. Definitely, a strong point, I think, for Iceborn Kingdom. Has tended to be really instrumental in their wins. And Mustard, definitely, and CZI was kind of hinting at this earlier. Mustard and Gremlin definitely not the strongest part of the map for Dorado Gaming Iota for most of this season. So, what do we think about this bot lane matchup? What do you think about these two AD carries?
Just for 80 carry specifically, Mustard is the most passenger overrated 80 carry. You can take him out, put any platinum 80 carry into Iota, and you'll get the same exact result. That role and that player does not factor into Iota's wins, does not factor into Iota's losses.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Then what are your thoughts on Koopa? Definitely, he's had a lot of good games, has had a couple of bad games as well.
Yeah, I think Koopa's like one of the probably top 5 ADs in D4 cap. I have a lot of respect for Koopa. I think he's a very good player. He's very solid. If he's given like the right resources and the right pressure in his lane, he will just win the game by himself.
Yeah. So then you feel like it's probably, is that Iceborn Kingdom's best chance for victory tonight is just to play through bot lane and try to get Koopa set up for success?
I think it's getting a winning bot side 2v2 and then playing through your mid lane and unlocking OTF. If you unlock OTF and they can play mid jungle through bot side of the map with Koopa and Kodos, it's completely cooked and Iota won't be able to survive.
Okay, interesting. Now, CZI, I believe you were the way that you were kind of drawing it up for us earlier for the side of Dorado, you were talking about how, their bot lane for Mustard and Gremlin, they just need to hold their own, and Dorado's going to be in a pretty good spot. So then, from the perspective of Iceborn, do you agree with Maddie, how it's really about, like, a comfortable 2v2, and then unlocking mid lane to have that impact on the sides, or what do you think is the best
For Dorado
plan
or
of
for
attack for
Iceborn?
IK? For Iceborn.
Yeah, I feel like their team always looks good when they have Kodos on one of his like better picks. So I was gonna say his picks, but any of the champions that he plays like that, those are the shit he needs to get on. And then you could put Koopa on whatever, to be honest with you. And Koopa's pretty consistent. He'll get stuff done. And if you could get bot lane into a comfortable spot, I feel like they only need like one gank to get kills and they're good. And then unless Coder starts like protesting, and then if you just get OTF ahead after that, you don't even need so easy to do anything. Like that's the way the team is built. They don't need top lane to do much other than just don't throw the game.
Yeah,
Same thing with Mark Burn.
makes sense. Right, of course, as previously discussed. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That does lead us pretty nicely into a discussion of the support matchup. Kodos there, you're talking about him getting his champs and being able to have that impact. I did see also in that Game 5 last week against Syndicate, Kodos was on the Bard. So 3-1 and 18 on the Bard, and I imagine had a pretty big impact in getting over towards that mid lane and setting up OTF for success as well, kind of like what you were talking about, Maddie. So, is that the kind of style that you're envisioning for Kodos tonight, or what do you think should we expect about that support matchup between Kodos and Gremlin?
The expectation for me is that, please God, who was ever drafting Iceborn, do not jail your fucking support. Let him play his champs. I have played, like I said, I've scrimmed against Iceborn a lot. I have not lost a ton. I think we're almost even. Basically, every blue side has won versus when we played like scrimmed. But anytime I'm losing versus Iceborn, it is Codas. Every single time.
Mhm.
Impacting the game, impacting the map, always in the right place, always making the play.
So when you say like Codus is champs, you're talking about champions that can roam, like right, like champions that can make an
Roam,
impact all over the map.
engage,
Yes,
anything
sir.
that he can. He's very very adept at playing engage champs. He has a very good eye for flanks and when to go in and when to not.
Yeah,
Amen.
absolutely, absolutely. Any notable strengths for Gremlin, do you think? Or is this kind of a similar situation to Mustard, where you feel like Gremlin doesn't usually add that much, just kind of is a stable presence in that support position that allows his team to get the victories?
The only thing that Gremlin does is slave play literally anything that his team locks in. He plays literally any champ at an emerald level. So he has a very
Okay.
wide pool that his team relies on quite a bit. And if not for him being able to play a lot of things at a decent level, I don't think Iota even makes it into playoffs.
Interesting. Yeah. So the draft flexibility, you feel like, adds a lot to, brings a lot to the table for Dorado. Does CZI
Yep.
anything to add?
I agree with Batty. Don't jail Codus. Let Codus get crazy, bro. I know Codus is growing a lot of support since the last time he lost versus me, but I think he is a really good support. He's like top 3 supports in like every league he's in at this point, and just let him go wild, bro. Codus is capable of doing it.
All right, all right. Yeah, seems like we have some pretty distinct strengths for the two teams that we're going to have on stream tonight. So that should be a very, very exciting match to watch. Very much looking forward to it. But let's start discussing now. Oh, actually, we're running out of time. We took a long time on that matchup. I didn't even realize. But I guess let's quickly discuss your matchup as well, guys. Going up against Monkey's Business tonight. And Maddie, last week, I remember your assessment of the Monkeys, Slayer in 4 wards. I assume you do have the same feelings this week as well?
Yep, 100%. Slayer in the forwards.
Batty speaks
Yeah,
for
yeah.
all of us.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. I did also see, and I asked you about this before we went live as well, but just for everybody to hear, I did see. I believe it was in Gen Chat where you were threatening to send 5 bans over towards Slayer. Anything about regarding that you'd like to say publicly, or you want to keep
Oh,
those
I
cards
mean,
close to your chest? That's
Get
fine.
ready.
I don't mind, man. Slayer is not worth 5 bans. Slayer in the forwards, Slayer can't stand
He's worth
up.
6.
He can't
So we're just
stand up.
banning wards tonight.
Look, man. Maddie's got the plan written down. We just gotta follow it. This is the answer he supplied me with just now in DMs.
Yep. Just follow the script. Things are
Yep,
gonna go
following the
great.
script. Yes, sir. My family's in danger.
Just
Well,
got back to the
CCI,
hospital.
shit. Any specific thoughts in regards to your top lane matchup? Going up against Moonshot. Any thoughts about Moonshot specifically? CCI.
What happened? My fault. Zoned out. I was watching a YouTube short. What happened?
I was asking you about Moonshot, Monkey's top laner.
I don't know anything about him.
Fair enough.
I
fair
think
enough.
people said that he was supposed to be like this like up and coming like goated top laner, and then I saw a couple tryouts and some other
Up and coming. Pepe is
games
such
he
an
was
old
in,
player.
and I saw it. I was like, yeah, I don't really know.
I played
Yeah,
against
yeah.
Pepe in CCS Season 0 in I don't even know, was that 2020? 2021? He's been around a long time.
Who's Pepe?
Moonshot.
Oh, he changed his name.
Nah. I mean, that was his name back then.
Oh man, you're old as fuck.
Yeah.
All I know is that he's D4, Zubi's D4, 77 LP by the way. So I mean,
Peaked at 90.
ain't that something?
I played with Zumi. I was on a roster with him at what was that?
How recently?
Last Aegis split? Last
hit
Aegis
D3?
split.
kidding,
It
no
was
kidding.
Zumi Nahor. I played one scrim. We had PPP jungle. Nahor griefs so bad in lane, which is why I don't enjoy playing with them. And then I
Dude, you
hit
gotta
tab.
live and let live, bro.
I
Good
hit tab
lord.
and my nocturne is too low. I'm like, all right, cool. Like my nocturne's ahead. This is good time. I hit tab and PPP has Hubris first item, and I just didn't hit tab for the rest of the game, and just pretended I was playing solo queue. Never again, man. Never again.
Well, anything else you want to say about like Zumi specifically?
I think Zumi's
Anything
very good at his champs.
notable? Yeah.
He's a 3-trick. That's the most notable thing about him, and he's very good at
So
his
maybe
3
that's
champs.
where the bans are going.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see.
It'll be fun.
But either way, thank you. And anything either of you guys want to say about the constellation bracket matchups? We are pretty much out of time here, but
Just
you know,
to
we got
show the
exit-
entire thing. If they don't, then they're getting headshot by Shane.
I think Conduit Phoenix is gonna beat Justice in finals.
You think so?
Yeah. Melo's playing ADC, man. It's Melo's got to get his
Oh,
chip
man.
back.
I was just thinking, yo, Kaiser should destroy everybody, but
The lights are
knows?
gonna get bright, man. You never know.
the lights do get bright.
but thinking that these the constellation bracket semifinals are probably not going to be close.
No.
No.
All right. Well, we'll see if there's going to be any upsets down there. Seems like a lot of favorites in these semifinals. Pretty interesting. A lot of favorites on paper, but we'll have to see how it goes. Still have to play out the games, right? But thank you both very much for joining me. Maddie, any shout-outs?
My shoutouts as always are to Shane, the owner of XSV, and then Yuki, Lave, and Kaxi.
Fantastic. CZI, any words for the stream?
Shout out the comp scene. Shout out everyone that plays in it. Shout out to Shane, and I hope everyone has a good night.
I hope so as well. Thank you both again very, very much. We're going to go to a short break, guys, and we are going to be right back for the Emerald League semifinals. Don't miss it. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are about to be getting underway with our first draft of the semifinal tonight. It's going to be Dorado on the blue side. They did have selection as the seed who advanced out of Swiss earlier. And Iceborn Kingdom going to be trying things out on red. But, Storm, we have seen red side do a lot of winning recently. What are your expectations heading into this match?
Yeah, so I think the major benefit right now of like taking blue side or whatever is you get to pick like the OP flex champions that I was talking about. Like all those champions that Riot have suddenly decided are now junglers. There's like Aatrox and Malphite and things like that we've seen, I think are really, really strong and are really strong early picks. I think that's probably the benefit of blue side, and I'm guessing that's what we're gonna see early on is taken as some sort of really strong jungler who's also a flex pick. But yeah, I am firm believer in red side supremacy. See what your opponent is doing and try and counter it as much as possible. Get those solo lane counter picks in to give you some extreme value. Or if your team is more orientated around the bot lane, even getting a support counter pick can be really huge. Unlocking
Yeah.
something like the Milio into Dive or Renata Glass, who I think offers a ton of value. Um, 6-7 or Codis, I know definitely plays a whole bunch of different supports as well. So I think there's a lot of options available to them. So I think red side's definitely the way I always try and draft whenever possible. So I support it for sure.
Well, we do see the Karma here coming through on B1 for Dorado. They banned away the Aurora, the Fiddlesticks, paying that respect to Mr. Karn. And they're going to take away that Nico from Code
Codis.
Diddy there. And on the side of Iceborn Kingdom, they did ban away the Udyr, the Lilia, and the Galio. So a couple of bans towards Chucko, and then that Galio getting taken away from NBK. And now we're going to go for the Misfortune now for the side of Iceborn Kingdom on R1. Likely a support here alongside it to be matched into the Karma. Or not.
No. Gonna go for more of the Wombo combo. So I think MF is the strongest ADC on the patch, according to like all the data. She has way more games than anyone else, other than Kaisa, and she has like the highest win rate out of like every normal ADC. Kog'Maw is of course higher because he's the best ADC that people won't pick. But I digress. So I'm not surprised to see MF first pick. I think she's pretty good in most fearless situations. Offers that really strong laning phase. Generally, like pretty good into Karma because you have like the ability to kind of more all in her if she goes up to like look for poke. If your support is any type of engage, you can then lock them down and then get the full channel of the ult off into her. So I like this pick here.
That's one thing we were talking about on Otter Talk was the fact that for the side of Iceborn Kingdom, I think it's a lot about this bot lane, right? For Koopa and Retail Row, aka Codis, aka 6-7, to really have a strong laning phase and be able to use that strong laning phase to unlock OTF there in the mid lanes. It feels like NBK is maybe one of the strongest points on the map for Dorado, and their bot lane is arguably the weakest. So if Iceborn Kingdom can find advantages in the bot lane and use that to suppress what NBK is trying to do, that could be a great strategy for Iceborn Kingdom to try to win out in this series. We did see the Wukong come through. Feels like a great answer into the Jarvan. Smolder getting locked in as well. I'm a little bit less excited to see. And then we're going to see the Victor to further add to the Wombo combo and the teamfight power that Iceborn Kingdom have drafted for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think Iceborn's picks together make like a whole bunch of sense, right? You have the makings of a whole bunch of different stuff, right? You basically just have like 3 good team fighting characters right now for their side, right? You have some wombo combo there, but Victor also offers you wave clear. You have a bit more like late game insurance. Misfortune isn't the like strongest 6 game carry as opposed to something like, the Smolder that we've seen locked in for Dorado. I definitely think the Smolder Karma lane is definitely not really looking for anything, right? This is just a farm, play safe, scale up. Same with this Wukong pick. So I'm hoping for Dorado we see something a little more early game orientated from their top lane or from their mid, just to give them a pressure point on the map, because I'm a little worried so far about their early game.
Yeah, it's definitely very weird to me that we're seeing the Smolder locked in alongside the Karma, right? Usually Karma wants to be playing for lane prio, wants to be trying to harass your opponents, where Smolder is just going to try to exist and get as many stacks as possible in this early game. So, maybe the thought process for Dorado is they want Gremlin to be like going for some early roams and actually, more of perhaps even more of like a support for the mid lane more than anything in this first game. We'll have to see what the plan actually ends up looking like. But we did get some more bans coming through. The Poppy and the Nautilus going to get taken away by Dorado, trying to deny some of Codis's best champions. Then Ornn and Oriana going to get banned away by the Kingdom. Leona still available, though. And I think Codis is going to be pretty happy to get his hands on that one.
Yeah, think it's really weird that you ban Poppy yourselves when the enemy team has Jarvan on it. And I kind of figured that, like, Leona, to me, if you're going to ban Nautilus, you might as well ban Leona. They're basically the same champion, just like in a lot of ways, right? They're both that tanky initiation who have like the kind of hooks that they can throw out. So I think it's weird that the Poppy ban was there, but maybe they were scared of it because they have Wukong and were looking to pick Ahri, that was who they're leaning towards mid lane. So I guess it would have been good for Ice as well. I really do want to see some more early game. I think this Ahri is a good pick, but Sion, I don't know if that's what this team needs.
I mean, it is going to be nice to have that additional front line later on, right? Assuming we get to a point where the Smolder is stacked up and is starting to pose a really big threat, then the Sion is going to be really valuable for those team fights later. But I definitely hear your concern. It does feel like Dorado are very, very light on early game power with this draft. And we're going to see the Aatrox come through on R5, a pretty classic Scion counter in Iceborn Kingdom. I feel like are going to be pretty happy with what they've gotten for themselves in this game 1 draft.
Yeah, so I think this Iceborn Kingdom team makes a lot of sense, and I like it for the most part. I think they're 4v. I think they're just trying to play 4v4 and have Aatrox be in the side lane this whole game. I don't think Aatrox and Sion. I mean, Aatrox doesn't want to team fight nearly as much as Sion does for the side of Ice, and I think their 4v4 would be a lot stronger as a team. They have basically all their Wombo combo and CC packed into those 4 members, whereas Aatrox is just trying to offer damage and like flanking potential. For the side of Dorado, I'm just really worried they're going to get run over. I don't know how they're going to play any of these early objectives, and I feel like Ice is just going to be able to stack dragons and force Dorado to make some really, really tough decisions early. We're going to have to see, can they get any sort of early objective trade or something? Because, I mean, Wukong is just trying to play for 6, right? All he's trying to do is scale as much as he can in the early game. Same with Smolder. Sion is going to have 0 lane priority this game. So I'm trying to figure out, is it just all on Ahri? Are we just trying to get our Ahri into our Victor matchup to be able to get like a huge lead? I don't think that's going to be anything like meaningful in the mid lane. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, certainly just like a mid lane lead by itself, I don't think is going to be enough for Dorado here. But, if the Ahri can get that lead and then, use that to like accelerate the Smolder maybe, then we're talking.
Yeah.
If that ends up happening. But I do think it's a little bit tenuous for Dorado this early game for sure. One other interesting thing that I'd like to discuss a little bit is just the fact that, something else we were discussing a little bit on Otter Talk was just the fact that Cali G, I feel like overall has been the stronger top laner this season between the two, as compared to So Easy for the side of Iceborn Kingdom. But So Easy has the more volatile side of the matchup for this game number 1. Maddie and CZI were both kind of saying that, like, So Easy should really, they were imagining that he was going to be the one to mostly just, like, be on tanks and kind of hold his own up there and try to, be a stable presence in that top lane and allow his bot lane to really be the main focus. But, on the red side, obviously, Iceborn are trying to get value out of that R5 counter pick. So, we are going to see that little bit of a more volatile option for So Easy in this game number 1. But, Storm, what's your assessment of these two top laners? And, taking the nameplates into account, how are you feeling about that matchup?
So I think the really interesting part of this matchup is that Sion obviously should never, ever be able to interact in it, right? You can't charge your Q ever. it's one of those matchups where I actually take like Comet and Scorch and stuff and try and poke Aatrox out of lane, similar to like if I was playing Malphite or something like that. Um, I'm not sure if you're able to do anything like that, and towards this more like comp game that works much more in solo queue where you're trying to get ahead early. But I definitely feel that this is kind of one of those matchups that if you can't win this matchup as the Aatrox and the Scion, you're getting relegated to tank duty. But this is the chance to show off and go, I can beat this guy, I can hold my own. And having that momentum as a top laner is really, really important. And just having the feeling of like, I'm better than this guy and I'm going to go for the solo kill and things like that. Because top lane so much of the time just dissolves into that thing of like, is this guy freezing on me because his jungler is here, or is it just because he thinks he's better than me and he can do things like that? So a lot of the mental really comes into it. So I think getting that round 5 opportunity to really pick something and go for it can be a huge buff to your own self-confidence, but it can also be a massive nerf if you misplay and screw it up. Because this is a matchup where you like can die if you're Aatrox, right? The Scion does have a lot of CC and can do a lot of damage if you aren't landing sweet spots and canceling Scion Q. He will outtrade you early game.
Yeah, definitely. So an exciting opportunity for So Easy. If he can
Yeah.
get the better of Cali in this matchup, then like you said, could bode really well for So Easy for the rest of this entire series. But the way you're talking about it, it's kind of bringing me back to last week when we saw the Camille lock in, right? And
Yeah.
it didn't really end up doing too much, and that matchup definitely ended up going the other way for the rest of that series. So. We'll see how it goes in game number 1 for the Iceborn Kingdom top laner. Taking now looking more towards the bottom part of the map. Smolder Karma versus Misfortune Leona. Misfortune Leona, a very strong lane, of course. Do you think that the Karma is mostly going to be sticking it out in that bot lane and protecting the Smolder for the side of Dorado? Because it feels like, leaving would be a pretty risky option, leaving Smolder alone in a lane with Misfortune and Leona, which again is like arguably the strongest part of the map for Iceborn, feels pretty dangerous. But keeping the Karma in lane with the Smolder doesn't really feel like it's going to do too much. So, for Gremlin specifically on this Karma, how would you like to see the Dorado support play this early game out?
I think this is like really weird for Gremlin because yeah, like you said, you can't really go forward that heavily in this lane. Like you can't index into heavy trades like you want to as Karma. Um, I feel like you can kind of try and take some bad trades and just save Mantra W for yourself on the Leona to try and bait to get Smolder some more stacks and things like that and be able to get more fights going and prolonging things. But I think the most important thing for Karma this game is just ensuring that they have wards covering their own side just so that they know when Jarvan is going for dives. Because I feel like Jarvan Misfortune Leona sounds like an absolute slam dunk of a dive onto like Wukong or onto Smolder if they're ever in any sort of position where they're just hemmed in under their tower and don't know. So I think getting those Tribrush wards on this blue side is going to be really, really important. And that's what I want to see Gremlin almost playing towards is just trying to ensure that Smolder is as safe as possible and trying to get some sort of deep vision on the Jarvan. That like the time on the map I would want him to not be in lane and giving Smolder some of that solo XP would be trying to invade maybe with Wukong with a brief opportunity after he gets Scuttle Crab or something to get some deep vision and then quickly back to bot lane. I feel like he has to stick around. I don't even know if moving up 4v4 will be beneficial for grubs or something like that. Because I don't think your team can fight pre-6. Ari isn't that strong pre-6. Wukong is very weak pre-6. Scion's probably going to be losing pre-6 as well. So I don't think you being there for like a grub fight will make a huge difference. Whereas I think Leona is going to be roaming for sure. And that way maybe you can get Smolder some extra time and get get Misfortune down while Leona's gone. Maybe before that Bloodthirster's gone and she just has infinite sustain now in lane or something. So I don't want to see Gremlin roam very much, honestly. I want to see them stick around a lot.
All right, yeah, definitely some interesting things for us to keep track of there. Before we get into this first game, Storm, I want to get a series prediction from you, and also a prediction as far as this first game is concerned, given these two drafts. What are your thoughts? What are your predictions for tonight?
So I have Dorado to win the series tonight. I think they're going to win 3-1 this evening. I think they are overall the better team. They were my number 2 team coming into this season, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to be able to get to the finals and get that week 1 matchup again in the grand finale that we were all kind of expecting almost in some ways heading into this season. But I don't like their draft very much in game 1, and I think Ice is going to take this first game in the series.
Ooh, all right. Well, Dorado, the stronger team on paper. See if they're going to be able to start out strong tonight. Or if Iceborn Kingdom with the red side start out their semifinal, are going to be able to get themselves off on the right foot. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you on the Rift for game number 1.
Fighting shadows in their haunting eyes, smiting the wicked morrow when knowledge might when we face our final hour in the darkest rift. Come on, everybody, I'll be the death of you. After channeling our power, your end will be swift. Now there's nothing in my way. You feel my death-like grasp. Dashing minions, lavish fields of manifest my dominion to the chaos restore.
All right, everybody, welcome onto the Rift for game number 1 tonight. Once again, we got Dorado on the blue side to start us off, and Iceborn Kingdom on red side. See if they can expand that kingdom over towards that blue nexus in this first game. Again, we do quite like their composition. Any runes or summoners that you feel like are going to be worth mentioning here, Storm?
I don't think there's anything really that interesting in this game. The Misfortune's running First Strike, which is something that you just do on that champion nowadays because you generally build lethality and are able to get towards your item spikes faster. You're able to proc it so easily with bullet with your like double up, as well as make it rain. So I don't think that's anything all that different. I think it's a little interesting to see that there's fleet footwork on this smolder. Haven't seen that room in a really long time. I feel like it's been nerfed so heavily, but I guess into a matchup where you think you're going to be behind really badly, it's probably worth taking.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. I am noticing that we have a lot of Delashers in this game. I know we've had this conversation before, and you actually are a Delasher yourself, if I recall correctly.
I am, yes.
So fair enough.
I think it's important to have your D key as close as possible to where you would be wanting to move your finger. I move my, E key down to D or to D to use my flash. I don't know how you do it, but that's how I position my hands.
Yeah, I just use my index finger for flash on F, and I always just say Faker uses F, and that's just kind of just the end of the discussion in my opinion. But let's get our attention back towards the game here. We do see our junglers clearing in opposite directions to start us off. Haman Karn on the J4, going for a full clear towards this bot lane, it looks like. And as usual, I am a little bit sad to see my Jarvan doing a full clear, but is what it is.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely some action you could be giving mid lane, especially towards MBK. OTF is running this kind of aggressive style Victor that you see a lot here. Running this area, yeah. That was a really big trade for him. And has the wave in a great spot.
Yeah, I see Codis going in. Going to find the stun onto Gremlin. Karma also chunked down very low. Already, we're kind of seeing the stronger early game power of this Iceborn composition rearing its head already very early on here. We are going to see just a trade of the Scuttle Crabs.
Yeah, I'm hoping here now that Haman Karn is going to be able to do something. We do see that Chucko is here earlier, but both junglers are just positioning to take their reset and get ready for their second clear. Ward is going to get dropped for Chucko, but probably going to get cleared out by Helmenkarn on his reset here as he heads back towards his scuttle, or sorry, his chickens, whatever those are
Yeah,
called.
the Krugs looks like going to be respawning first. He did actually start on the red buff, it looks like, did Haman. So both junglers going to be not going for the accelerated camp respawns. Just the very standard buff into full clear. Or the old school, I guess you could say. We are seeing a pretty significant CS lead opening up here in the mid lane already. OTF already up a whole wave over NBK's Ahri, and does have that Dark Seal in inventory as well. Something else we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, we do see that So Easy's getting some pretty good trades onto Kali G here in the top lane as well. He's making this Aatrox counterpick work, making sure that he's not getting hit by any of these Soul Furnaces, the Scion W.
Ooh,
As that
Kali
is
has Q3. Yeah, the Scion down extremely low. Very dangerous. There's going to be Zenith Blade connecting for Kotis onto the Smolder this time. Mustard able to flap away, going to get a couple of stacks onto the Leona in response.
Yeah, but that was both heal and barrier used in that trade there, so that's pretty worth it for Kotis, especially if he's able to take a reset sometime soon.
Kali, the flash in for the Aatrox, the flash away for the Scion. 2 turret shots onto So Easy. Just ends up being a trade of flashes between those top laners, but both side lanes, you know, putting on a good amount. Honestly, every lane for Iceborn Kingdom putting on a good amount of pressure early.
Yeah, I just want to see Helmenkarn do something with it. Get something with all this pressure his team is building. Whether that be this dragon here with his bot lane's prio right now, or something. But I want to see Jarvan get involved early, because Wukong's going to start being more useful than you fairly soon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, level 6 spike is the reason why Ahri Wukong is such a classic combo, right? As soon as you hit level 6, you know, that mid jungle has such a massive amount of team fighting power. And they are going to be there pretty soon, as you say. Probably just there it is for NBK, right? As we're talking about it.
Yeah. First components are starting to come through for people. We do see that it is this brutalizer for MFs that is going towards that lethality. Kali G has already decided to buy themselves their Bramble Vest, making sure that Aatrox isn't healing quite as much. Oh, that's a flash from MBK there.
Yeah, respecting the possibility that Helmenkarn could have gone for the flash combo himself to land the knockup. So NBK paying a lot of respect there.
But anyway, I was just going to say, Aatrox building that tunneler, believe that's going to be Shojin Rush for this Aatrox in the top lane. Not going to be going in towards anything weird like the Cyclo Sword first that we sometimes see when you're like super ahead on that champion. You can sometimes buy it. But, or Black Cleaver Rush is also kind of prevalent on that champion. I guess it still could be Cleaver Rush, I think. No, it's Phage on Cleaver. Never mind.
I believe that's right, yes.
Yeah.
Probably is going to be the Shojin as you initially asserted.
Yeah.
We do have our first dragon alive on the Rift. Going to be a Cloud to start us off tonight. Grubs in 30 seconds. Wukong does now have level 6 as well. You can see Chucko moving in the general direction of this dragon pit. And Helmenkarn on the complete opposite side of the map right now. So this would likely be a free dragon. We are going to see the Wukong started up now. Does have that bot prio also, as well as the mid prio. So a great setup here for Dorado. Great timing to secure this first objective. And we'll have to see if Mr. Karn can make it a trade.
Yeah, I mean, I guess their top side is set up. Aatrox did just get this wave in, and the Grubs have spawned, and Helmenkarn is there as soon as they spawn. So maybe he's able to get 2 or 3, but we do see... Okay, Gremlin is going to call it off. No, just trying to fish out, I guess, if there's any wards over here. Yeah, so it is going to be the 3 Grubs for this first dragon. I'm not sure I like that trade. I don't really know how real of a Grubs are of an objective. What do you feel about this as a jungler?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I think that the dragon is the better side of that trade. Certainly there are... Oh, Chaos Storm going to come down to the mid lane onto NBK, who is still holding on to the Spirit Rush, not going to commit the Ahri ultimate in response, so can have ult advantage now. But certainly there are some situations where the grubs are arguably better, but I don't really think that this is one of them for Iceborn Kingdom. You know, maybe the Aatrox can get a little bit of time against these turrets, but Scion is so good at just like holding the waves just outside of turret range, right? So yeah, I don't really envision them getting a lot of value from those grubs.
Yeah, I'm hoping MB or OTF in the mid lane is able to utilize it against while he's able to get this kind of pressure early. I think once Ari hits level 9 and is able to get that 5th point into the Orb of Deception, it just becomes so hard to push her out of lane. Just, that 1Q onto the wave as it's coming in just does so much damage to it. Oh, this is a great trade for So Easy.
World Ender going to be popped for the Aatrox. Kali G holding on. There is the unstoppable onslaught from the Scion. Trade of ultimates now between the top laners. And overall, So Easy is definitely on the front foot in that matchup, but okay, Zenith Blade can go in for Codis. Bullet time over the top. Mustard flaps away. Tether onto the Leona. Here comes Chucko. Knockup going to be there. Codis tries to flash away, but will not survive. Flash in for Chucko. Finds the knockup onto Koopa. The misfortune, though, does have the jungler coming in. Amon Karn finding the knockup onto the Wukong. And it's just going to be the one kill over to Dorado.
Yeah, just a case of Codis going in when he didn't know where anyone was. Maybe it was a little too aggressive. Didn't even commit the ignite or anything like that either. Not sure about that, but good job from Chucko there, being able to take that reset, get on the map, get a kill out. It's big for his bot lane, right? Even though he was the one to get a kill, that means he's closer to Trinity, which is the spike.
Oh, NBK is playing with fire here in the mid lane. But at least silver lining for Iceborn Kingdom in that bottom side is Koopa was able to hold on to the flash. Didn't have to burn that one, so that is something. As Codis on the roam now, trying to get some revenge onto Chucko, but I believe the Wukong did manage to secure the chickens, and then Warrior Trickstered his way out of there.
Yep. And continuing to get all of his CS is, 10 CS behind. I think it is a little interesting that this is Profane Rush Hydra on Harmon Karn's Jarvan here.
That is very interesting indeed. Yeah, I guess that kind of indicates to me that he's just going to be looking to assassinate Mustard in every single fight. Don't really know what other value you're getting out of the Profane Hydra here.
Yeah, I mean, it speeds up your clear and stuff, but you shouldn't really care that much about that, I don't think.
I mean, another
Codis going in here.
Down here. Bullet time onto Gremlin. The Karma is going to get taken down. Mustard now forced to flash away. Here comes NBK with the Spirit Rush. Going to look for the Charm. Flashes for it. Stunned up, though, by Codis. And NBK burning the ult and the flash there. Going to find nothing for it.
Yeah, and this should be one of the rare times where Grubs is actually going to be worth something. We see pushing in this mid lane is OTF, has that cannon minion getting that buff where it gets that intense attack speed on the mid lane tower. And with Grubs, that's already a plate down. Almost could have been 2 if it wasn't for that TP from NDK.
A little over a 1,000 gold lead now for Iceborn. Still relatively early days, though. Got our next dragon coming up in 30 seconds. Would be double dragon for Dorado if they can get it. Both junglers currently on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, Codis looking for some vision here is going to get pretty chunked ahead of this dragon fight, though, which isn't boding well for the side of Iceborn.
Teleport advantage for So Easy right now on the Aatrox, so it might be prudent, honestly, for Dorado to just give this one up. They did get that chunk onto the Leona, though, that you mentioned. And they're going to take some control over this river. The Scuttle Crab vision is there for the Kingdom, though. So OTF finds another pretty nice trade onto NBK. Ahead a couple of minion waves right now, but both mid laners do have their first completed item.
Yeah, we see just going to go ahead and start hitting this tower and force something out of this, maybe. And Harmon Karn and 6-7 are looking for this. And we see Misfortune is dropping waves, looking to come over as well. So this is going to be a team fight.
This is feeling pretty forced for Dorado right now. They're doing this on Vision. Haman Karn is right there. He's going to go in, finds the Cataclysm on a 2 minute flash away. The bullet time setup is amazing. And it's going to be a double kill for Koopa. Choco, no W, going to get taken down as well. It is a massive team fight win. 3-0, plus the Dragon Iceborn Kingdom take a massive early lead.
Yeah, that was a huge win, and I don't know about sticking around here, Gremlin. I feel like you might get dove here once this wave gets pushed in. Leona's behind you.
Yeah, I think the Karma is a goner here. I mean, there was really nowhere to go. Who's going to end up getting the kill is the question. It's going to be Haman Karn taking it on the J for his first of the game. And they are up now over 3,000 golds at 14.5 minutes.
And I think they're going to get their first tower in mid lane as well. OTF here does have the push.
Kodos is going to get jumped on. There's the Cyclone. And they're fully committing to take down this Leona. They are going to be able to give the kill over to Mustard. But they do indeed lose out on actually 2 turrets. As both the mid tier 1 and the bot tier 1 are going to be taken. And that is going to be feats of strength for Iceborn Kingdom in game number 1.
Yeah, and we can see OTF is just a monster right now. NBK's... No, it's the ult.
Okay, had the ult, yeah. So it's going to be all right, but... And OTF did not have the Chaos Storm. I think the RE is maybe just dead there if the Chaos Storm was available.
Yeah, and he also has 1,700 gold as well, just sitting in his inventory currently. So he's going to have a pretty big spike when he gets back. He can definitely get his boots and then get some sort of component towards whatever he's building next. And that was actually Sundered Sky Rush for this Aatrox, which I guess does make sense. That item is really good on him. Oh,
Gremlin going to get knocked up by said Aatrox. In comes the Solar Flare from Kodos as well. They're going to be able to jump on top of Gremlin and take him down. Now Cataclysm onto Choco and Callie. Bullet Time going to come in as well. Koopa is a little bit isolated off on the side, but Choco and Callie are just running for their lives. They will be able to escape, but it's going to be another kill for the Kingdom, and they're going to look for the Herald next.
Yeah, I mean, there was a trade of flashes there from the top lane, but Choco had to use his as well, so that means that your Wukong isn't going to be able to, like, flash to interrupt Koopa's bullet time here, and that's one of the only ways this team really has any shot at disrupting this misfortune, so I'm really worried for them when it comes to this next dragon fight that's going to erupt. That I'm pretty sure Koopa's just going to be able to fully charge, fully channel this bullet time, especially at this Axiom arc. He's going to have this up like whenever he needs it.
Yeah, it's gone Axiom arc first item on the MF. Usually it's collector first is most commonly what we see. But yeah, I mean, quite right. The Axiom arc is going to mean that, you know, already has that reduced cooldown on the ultimate. You can see Koopa right now is pinging the dragon as well. So that is clearly the game plan for Iceborn. Kodos going to be put on a leash. In goes Choco. Does have the Cyclone if he wants to commit it. Kodos on the re-engage. Cyclone is going to come out onto a couple of members, but that is going to be an easy kill onto Gremlin. Haman Karn pretty squishy, though, with this Profane Hydra build. Shut down by Mustard. Teleport in for Callie. NBK has to flash away from that bullet time. Now the Scion could be in trouble. It does go for the aggressive ultimate to try to turn this fight around, and they get the shutdown onto OTF. And now Mustard still at half HP on the Smolder. Could look to fight this one out. Kodos and Koopa going to be forced to back away. And it's going to be a little bit of a team fight win for Dorado. It was Callie making the difference. So easy did not have the teleport.
Yeah, so it was a good play for them, but my worry is now you not going to have a lot of these ults now for this dragon, right?
Yeah, true.
I don't think you're going to be able to fight this. I mean, this is going to give them this bot lane tower, which is pretty big. But without Scion...
The Cyclone is going to barely be back for the dragon.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
It's going to come back up like right as the dragon spawns. And it looks like the Unstoppable Onslaught is on a little bit of a longer cooldown, but not by too much. So Easy is obviously going to have that teleport advantage.
Yeah, I'm amazed that he's not just sticking around and trying to bully and get this tower here, but instead he's going to take the reset, I guess, and walk down towards this dragon fight or something.
Stack check for the Smolder. We're at 150 at the moment. Not amazing. but could be worse.
Yeah, I think that's around a fine number. I think it's kind of like 22, 23 minutes is when you want to be done it, but
Jesus
that
Blade gonna
tether
find this boulder.
connects.
There's a more time. That is going to be a dead dragon. Kill number 4 for Haman Khan. I didn't even realize he's picked up 4 kills now. Has also gone for the Axiom mark. Full lethality Jarvan this game. Did expend the flash to make that play happen, but well worth it. That is going to be 2 dragons now for Iceborn.
Yeah, and Atacon is spawning here in a minute towards the bot side of the map, I believe. So
Yep, that's
that's
right.
gonna be really big for them to play for as well. They have that bot lane tier 1 down, the mid lane tier 1 is down, so they're able to push in and get some of this deep vision. You see it's already starting to encroach for them. And yeah, I
Definitely.
imagine that's what's going to be played for immediately, right? We're just going to see the pink wards. We're going to see pushes deep down here from OTF towards MBK. Going to have that backup from Haman Karn. They're probably going to look for some sort of play on Ari here. And then after that, they're just going to look to take this Atacon.
You can see Gremlin
Especially
moving over
with-
there trying to reestablish some vision control.
Yeah.
And NBK is going to go for the resets. It's not going to be in any danger right now as the Atacon does spawn. And immediately we are seeing those pings onto it from Iceborn. It looks like they are going to start it up straight away.
Wow.
Here come Dorado, though. They are moving over. Choco is pretty far still, but does have flash and ult if he can get in towards this pit. Mom going to come down, get some information. Gremlin forced to flash away from the Leona. Chaos Storm expended there from OTF as well to zone everybody away. Choco desperately trying to get
Great
in
TP from
towards this
So Easy.
objective. Yeah, So Easy going to cut off the escape route, but Choco is in there, not managing to get it as the bullet time of Koopa that takes the objective. The Wukong going to get taken down as well. The Aatrox going to get charmed up, though, knocked up by the decimating smash. And Mustard is still full HP on this Smolder. It is going to be the objective secured, and a 1-for-1 as both junglers end up going down. Iceborn Kingdom still going to be happy with that. And Kali G is going to face
Kali.
check and is going to try to flash away, but is still on the Victor W. And now 6-7 going to flash on top of the Smolder. Mustard forced to flash away. The Zombie Scion is zoning away the carries temporarily. So is the Leona, though. Another charm going to land, but NBK cannot stick around here. Is so low on the Ahri. Going to end up being that one additional kill. Going over towards IK. And could be... oh, NBK is just going to get dunked by the Aatrox. Oh, man. Dorado just not knowing when to quit.
Yeah, I feel like they know that they are in such a losing position now, especially with that Atacon going over. OTF is now level 14 compared to MPK's Ari. All this is going to be some major Victor damage. I cannot wait to see these gigantic Chaos Storms as the fights go and we get more and more kills on this Victor.
Yeah, they are going to be large. Lore accurate, you could say.
Yeah.
Are seeing Koopa having a phenomenal game on this Misfortune as well. Those were our 2 players to watch, right? OTF and Koopa. And they are definitely performing here in game number 1.
Okay, so gotta see what is the play now for Dorado. I want to see them try and get something done because they're not totally out of this yet. The enemy team doesn't have third dragon. They're not close to Soul yet. Baron isn't up on the map for another couple of minutes here. The major objective of Atacon is gone, but what can you do to set up yourself so that you're not just going to get Baron Dance visioned out of the game?
Mustard is getting very close to 225 now, as I believe about 20 stacks away on the Smolder. So almost there. And like you said, the game is not over yet. You know, the Otacon going over is definitely a really big boon for Iceborn. But with the power of the Smolder and, you know, the Scion still scaling into this one as well, Dorado could still find their way back in.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to start by trying to get some vision control back in their own bot side jungle here. We saw that they were sweeping that out. Choco able to kill a ward. Another ward going down from Gremlin as well. There is a mid lane tower crash here happening, but this tower is so healthy. This isn't going to amount to anything. I guess. And we're just going to ARAM. It's NA time, baby.
Mustard's still 12 stacks away at 213 right now, but Dorado actually on some pretty decent breakpoints here. Everybody on 2 items matching, the item breakpoints that Iceborn Kingdom have. So this is a decent enough point, I think, for Dorado to try to make their stand and get themselves back into this game. See how it's going to look. Fighting over that mid priority right now, as you said. You can see So Easy trying to remain hidden there off on the side. But some river control going to be taken by Dorado. And Codis looking for the engage, going to find it onto NBK. The Ari immediately going to get destroyed. The Scion tries to counter engage with the Unstoppable alongside Chucko going very deep, trying to take down Koopa. They do find the knockup on the Misfortune, but she's just too strong. Just shoots them both in the head. Gremlin going to get taken down by the J4 as well. Koopa will survive. Never mind, the minions finish the job. But it is going to be a 4-for-2, another team fight win for Iceborn Kingdom. They're going to go up to Soul Point, and that might have been what they needed to actually secure a Game 1 victory.
Oh, no. I'm also just going to point, there's some aggressive pinging going on from our top laner towards MBK's Ahri here. Not really what you want to be seeing after a mistake like that, but that's a tough one. I don't really know what you're supposed to do if you get hit by that Leone. They've layered that CC beautifully. I don't think there was time for MBK to flash or ult out after he got hit by that Leone.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they had vision of Codis, right? I mean, they saw Iceborn Kingdom coming. So, it's kind of one of those situations where it's equal parts like good engage from the Leona, but also NBK probably shouldn't have been there.
Yep. And Ocean Soul is kind of just what the doctor ordered for this team as well. Gives Aatrox even just more innate healing and things like that. The ability for this team to siege and really get something done, that is kind of, I think, one of the weaknesses, I would say, of this draft is they are very low range almost all over. But I don't think Kali G can be up this far forward. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the whole of Iceborn coming to collapse on this guy.
The Scion does have flash and ultimate if necessary. Is getting collapsed on, as you say. Does still have... Nope, doesn't have a turret. Never mind. It's going to be destroyed. Does go for the ultimate. Cataclysm going to come down. Bullet time only onto a Scion. That's a lot used. Now the re-engage as Trucko is going to help take down the driver. The charm is going to land onto Koopa. The Misfortune going to get destroyed as well. So Easy trying to fight back at NBK with the last charge of the ultimate. Gets away from the Aatrox. And the Smolder
Mustard's
all stacked up. It's going to be the kill onto So Easy as well. The shutdown over to NBK. He was able to redeem himself from that earlier play. 3-for-0 in the top lane, and just like that, Dorado are onto the Baron.
Yeah, what a monster play from them. I guess they knew that Kali G was the target as well, who was going to get collapsed on, and just played the bait immaculately and doing it again.
He's going to flash away from the solar flare. The Baron is going to get taken. No smite rather in the area for Iceborn to try to contest it. And so that is going to basically tie us up in terms of gold. There is still that possibility of the Ocean Soul in a little over 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we see there was like the biggest items coming through. We see third item now done for Smolder, Essence Reaver, Shojin, and his Infinity Edge. So very quickly stacking up to that huge threat. As well as having that stack damage. Our Scions completed some MR with this Unending Despair now. So with Victor isn't going to be just one-shotting him anymore. And I'm really starting to get worried for Hamankarn. But
Cataclysm comes down, but Hamankarn immediately has to try to disengage. The tether is going to be there,
dead,
though. Mom coming as well. The EQ to try to get away. The Spirit Rush forward. The Charm is going to miss. Hamankarn still alive for now, but in goes Trucko. Kali G going to be the one to take the kill. Bullet time not going to do too much. And now another Charm onto the Leona. Codis will survive for now. Another tether onto the Aatrox. Just the one kill onto Karn. And he will respawn in time for the Dragon, but Dorado are really roaring back into this game. And you gotta say, some unforced errors from Iceborn, and I really feel like this squishy... Oh, the Unstoppable Onslaught now. OTF gonna sidestep, but the slow is gonna be there, and the Victor cannot get away. Was seconds away from getting back the flash, but didn't have it in that moment. Yet another kill for Dorado.
Yeah, and this should put a stop to this Drake stacking, right? I mean, obviously there's going to be a team fight for it, but without Infinity Edge completed for Koopa and OTF also being just that little bit of money away from being able to complete his death cap, I don't know if this is a fight that Iceborn can win.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost the last several at this point, so...
Yeah.
Feeling like Dorado are doing a great job of stabilizing. You know, they have scaled into this game. The Scion is now extremely large. Multiple times now we've seen Iceborn Kingdom try to engage onto Cali, and it is just not working at all.
Oh, well, that was Infinity Edge completed for Koopas. There are ADCs basically on parity with one another.
Dragon just now spawning onto the Rift. A Baron going to fall off in 20 seconds for the side of Dorado. Cali trying to maintain some degree of mid-priority, but the wave is going to be pushed in by the Kingdom. Dragon already started up. They'll already take it by Dorado, and now Cali going to look for the engage. The sidestep for Koopa, but Mom does come down. The slow's going to be there. The knockup onto the Jarvan, so easy. And it's going to be Choco who goes in looking for the knockup onto this Fortune, but it's going to be Koopa kiting back. They do take down the Jarvan. It's going to be a trade of junglers to start this one out. A stone onto Cali, but the Scion tanky enough to survive. And now it's going to be NBK looking the flash away for OTF. Gremlin flashing for the tether, but it's going to time out. And now the Karma barely survives. Another shield for Cali as the Scion forced to retreat. Charm not going to land. His code is going
that's so
very
far
deep
forward.
now. So easy in position to maybe follow up, though. But Mustard has the stacks, and there's the kill for the Smolder. It's going to be another Charm, another knockup, a double kill for the Smolder. Dorado win yet another team fight, 3-for-1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this front line is now a real issue for them. I thought they were going to be fine with Hum and Karn on this Jarvan, but going for this lethality, this really high, agency build has made him pretty much useless now at this point in the game. Is just dying so quickly and is baiting his team basically that I don't know how they're going to be able to pull this one out. I don't think there's any way unless they're able to get some sort of, steal on a soul or something like that. Maybe Karn's able to do that. He does have a lot more damage, so maybe he can get an EQ with Smite combo.
Yeah, the extra burst from the Hydra could, be used to actually steal away that objective, but definitely easier said than done. Yeah, I kind of said it earlier, but I really feel like the only way that this build works is if you actually just one-shot the Smolder immediately. Otherwise, yeah, you said it, you just die so fast, and Koopa could be in trouble. There's a slow Chuckle going to flash in for this one, finds the Misfortune, and that is the heart and soul of Iceborn Kingdom assassinated in the mid lane. Codis going to get taken down as well. And Dorado continuing to expand on their lead. 1 minute out on the next Baron spawn. They might not even need it.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be able to look forward something here, but OTF is here in the mid lane, does have all of his spells, so can just put down that gravity well into the E laser, and it will clear most of this wave off.
No ultimate for Chucko or Cali right now, but still, there are so many members of Dorado in the area that Iceborn are not going to be able to defend their mid inhibitor. Well, one more auto. There it is from Cali. Mid inhibitor taken down. Baron in 25. NBK isolated towards the top lane right now, but does have the flash if he's in a tricky spot. What were you going to say?
I was just about to say, I don't know how you're going to be able to compete this Baron dance. All the ward coverage has been dropped already in your top lane that you have to waste your sweepers just even setting those up. Hopefully 6-7's able to get some sort of deep vision, and maybe this Death Brush is going to result in something, because that's the only way I'm seeing them being able to get into position here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take control of that banana brush. As Dorado did go for some resets. But back out onto the map now. Mustard flaps away from the EQ. There's the Cataclysm. Can they kill the Smolder? The knockup interrupts Leona damage with a bullet time. It's still enough to get the job done. But still a lot of damage has gone back on towards Iceborn Kingdom. It's going to have to come down to NBK, though, who's not even here yet for this fight. Gremlin getting flashed on by So Easy, and Callie has been taken down as well. Iceborn Kingdom finally find themselves a team fight victory here in the mid lane. They pick up the 3-for-0, and now they are the ones on the offensive, looking to push aggressively here.
I
Do
think
have
they're looking
time
to end.
It's 25 seconds on the Smolder. At the very least, they're going to be able to take down this mid inhibitor. NBK channeling the recall. Are they going to be able to clear out this minion wave? It's only the Wukong and the Ahri. Goes golden to deny the combo, but going to get stunned up by the gravity well. Flashes away from it, actually. The charm is going to land on Dakota's Cataclysm. On a struggle, but he has the warrior restriction to get away, but the Nexus turrets are getting taken down. The re-engage for the Wukong. They take down Haman Copper. The Nexus is exposed. The charm lands onto the Misfortune, and it's going to be Dorado barely hanging on with the exposed Nexus. They hold at the last possible moment. They will survive, and the game continues.
Yeah, and it's just looking like a counter push down the enemy lane. We see a direct ping onto the enemy Nexus. Scion ult coming down as well. Wukong ult being used on this minion wave. They're looking for the counter end. Are they gonna get it?
Have time. Yeah, it's 20 seconds on Haman and Koopa. 6-7 desperately trying to go for the minion wave, but that is a super minion. No way that the Leona is going to be able to clear that one. And with Kodas going down, I think that is going to do it for game number 1. Dorado now onto the Nexus turrets. 3 seconds on the Misfortune. Doesn't even have bullet time when she spawns. Cataclysm does come down, but it's not going to be enough. 35.5 minutes. Dorado Gaming Iota take game number 1.
Wow, what an ending to that one. From the dominance of ice to this unprecedented finish.
Yeah, that was a crazy finish to this first game for sure. It was, yeah, I mean, that game ended up being really back and forth. It was all Iceborn in the early game, right? And then there was that sequence in the mid game where Dorado were able to, like, take complete control, found all those team fights wins in a row, and then they almost threw it all away, getting caught in the mid lane there, but then Iceborn didn't quite have enough juice in the tank to actually end that charm onto the Misfortune right at the end there from NBK, stopping Koopa from hitting the Nexus. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, just shoutouts to NBK from being down so much gold against OTF to being able to get that flash charm towards that top lane fight. After dying and basically inting the fight previously, he turned that game around completely. So huge props to him. Mustard as well for reaching the late game smolder point. Was able to actually carry. He did the damage. So shout out to them. But I really got to say, I really feel like So Easy and Hallman really let their team down. Because OTF and Koopa were like absolutely destroying everyone that game. And if they had a front line, I think Ice would have won this like easily.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. You know, I think it kind of does come down to like the setups for the team fights, right? Like it was the fact that multiple times we saw Iceborn Kingdom trying to engage onto Callie's Scion was just not the call, right? And credit to Dorado for being so quick to respond and actually punish, you know, that misstep from Iceborn, and actually, you know, being ready to defend Callie. But yeah, I just think, you know, I agree that, you know, So Easy and Haman could have done a little bit more in terms of, you know, creating that space for their carries. But I think it was, you know, the decision making around when to fight and who to engage on was really the main problem for Iceborn in this first one. And the POG conversation for game 1, really tough here, Storm. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't
clear answer here.
Yeah, I don't think there's really a clear answer in a lot of ways. In some ways, I'm gonna kind of lean towards Scion. I think Callie G is kind of who I'm looking at. Shout out to my top lane brethren. I mean, you were in a terrible matchup, right? You were playing Scion into Aatrox, but you didn't die like early game, right? There was no like big ints. You had some pretty big impactful ults the whole game. Um, I'm kind of looking towards them. I don't think anyone else on the side of like Dorado had like any spectacular game, even though NBK definitely had a lot of like great plays and looked good. He also had a lot of plays where he looked really bad and he was getting absolutely smashed in that early game. So I don't think he's in the conversation for it on that RE play. And I don't know if Mustard really did anything all that impressive as Smolder. He just kind of got this, he just scaled it and just clicked on people.
Yeah, it feels like he kind of just locked in Smolder and did Smolder
Yeah.
things, and nothing really especially noteworthy. I'm with you. I like the Cali
Yeah.
POG in this one. I think the Scion did exactly what his team needed him to do in this game, and it was a great point as well. Did a great job of navigating that pretty tough matchup against the Aatrox, and that's something else that I think, as it looks like we're gonna get directly into this
Yeah.
game 2 draft. Very cool, moving things
Love to
right
see it.
along tonight. Yeah. But while we're on the subject of the top laners, how do we feel now about that decision to go for the Aatrox for so easy, right? Because he definitely at least had pressure in the lane. That was a big talking point for us in the last draft. How when you go for an aggressive counter pick like that, it can really kind of determine the momentum for that lane for the rest of the series. So how are you feeling about that R5 Aatrox at this point?
That guy's getting relegated to Orn duty.
Back to tank
Uh,
duty.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's one of those things. It's like, oh, I'm up 20 CS, and it's one of those things that we saw it happen at Worlds like all the friggin'
I
time
know.
because teams were like first picking Sound, and that's not good enough, man.
Yeah.
If you are picking like these like really hardcore fighters, like the Aatrox there instead of the normal Ambessa that we saw, but there wasn't like any huge like knockups that we saw, right? I didn't see any like flash cues to catch people out. I don't think Smolder got hit by almost any Aatrox cues. The only one I really distinctly remember was NBK like face checking him and getting absolutely obliterated. But I don't think that was again like anything off of like his part. So I think we're getting relegated to tank duty. And this draft already spicy. We got a Dorado goes, we're gonna lock in a hyper carry of our own, and Ice takes Aphelios, the hyper carry himself.
Yeah, we did see Iceborn Kingdom use both of those picks to pretty good effectiveness last week, and they were actually, in fact, in the same game last week as well, in that win over Syndicate Squad 0. That was game number 2, where Haman Karn was 6-5-14 on the Volibear, and Koopa was 7-2-8 on the Aphelios. So we'll see how they can do, but the Graves is a big pick for Chucko as well. Chucko in his game number 2 last week against XSV Envy was 13-0-7 on the Graves. So that is a very scary pick for that player.
Yeah, and I love to see the Syndra coming through as well, giving them that AP so that they're not totally indexing aid to AD. I still think Malphite is really, really good here. You can take it, and then you can swap in between Volibear and Malphite, and depending on whoever the matchup is going to be in the top lane. Instead, they're just going to grab themselves a mid lane counter pick, and they're going to take a Kali.
Wow,
Wow.
that is aggressive. Last game it was the top lane, right? This game it feels like the gauntlet is being thrown down by OTF, saying that he's going to make a big impact with this pick.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to have a laning phase similar to he did last game and is then able to transition something with this Akali, that's going to make Jinx's life so very, very hard. Graves as well, although I think he does get MR now from his True Grit passive, right? They gave that back to him.
Yep, that's right.
So probably isn't going to get one shot by Akali, but will still get absolutely destroyed by these ER combos.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. There's a lot of squishy members on the side of Dorado already. So, the Akali pick could be really strong here, but it is obviously a fairly difficult champion to pilot,
Yeah.
especially towards the later stages. So, we'll see how OTF is able to do. But again, I mean, as you said, he did have a pretty strong laning phase last game. So, if he's going to be able to keep up that performance, then, could be our game 2 POG. We'll have to wait and see. But into the second ban phase now, we're going to take away the Mundo and the Maokai for the side of the Kingdom. And it looks like support is going to be the focus for Dorados. They're going to man away the Nautilus and possibly another engaged champion away from Codus. And it's going to be the Rakan they are going to take away.
Yeah, because this ice team does desperately need some sort of engage, right? When you have Volibear and Akali and Aphelios, you don't have anyone that can like start a fight generally by themselves. Volibear kind of can, but generally wants to be kind of secondary engage or follow up. So I would like to see some sort of like support engage. That's an
Oh,
Ornn.
Volibear's
Okay,
brother,
sure.
of course.
Yeah,
They
that
don't like each other
works.
very much in the lore, but I guess they're going to be able to put their differences aside for this game.
Yeah. Um, don't you just take Braum now for the side of Dorado?
Yeah, Braum
It's,
seems pretty
r-
good here. Although I
it's
will say
really,
they're also a little bit light on engage at the moment.
yeah, that is fair, but yeah,
They are going to go
okay,
for the
Braum.
Braum. Yeah.
So this now means Ornn doesn't get to freely engage, right? Because you can always just block the ram that's coming in before Ornn gets to hit it. He doesn't get that, free star button. And now you can take engage of your own if you want from your some sort of top laner. Or you could just take some sort of counter pick if you're looking to get a side lane advantage. Kind of the world's your oyster here.
Yeah, Callie looking at things like the Scion is gone. The Mundo
Yeah.
is banned as well. Gonna go for the Cho'Gath. Yeah, already the top lane tank pool feels like it's getting pinched a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff still open. We are only like, game one of the series. Cassante is still there. Pretty much all of the split pushers, right? As far as tanks, there was still lots available, but Cho, I think, pretty
Oh.
good into Ornn, but Bard.
Okay. Codus did bring this out last week as well. That was in the deciding game number 5 against Syndicate. Was 3-1-18 on the Bard in that game. So that is going to be very exciting to see, and interesting to see that Iceborn Kingdom did decide to give that R5 pick over to the support this time around. And, as you predicted, it's going to be so easy back on tank duty. So that is lining up with our expectations. But how do you feel
Yeah.
about this Bard pairing alongside the Aphelios against the Jinx Braum? How do we feel about Codus's utilization of that R5 pick?
So I think Bard is really good. So the kind of classic pairing a lot of the times with Aphelios has always been Thresh, right? Right, that it just gives you that ability to reposition your Aphelios so easily, things like that. But Bard can kind of do the same thing, gives you those portals, the ability to kind of create distance for Aphelios, allow him to cut back. It gives you so many different flank opportunities for this Akali and Volibear, so I really, really like that. I think for the actual lane itself, it's also pretty good into Braum, just because like Braum generally like has to really rely on his Q Winter's Bite to like kind of get anything done. So if he's having to like, E dash forward to stand beside a minion or something like that, as Bard, you can see that and then buffer him, like stun him so he can't use his Q as he's dashing forward type of thing. So I think it makes like the engage that Braum is providing almost non-existent. And the disengage I think is really big. I just think the like alts are going to be so huge for this team that it's going to be Bard alts, and then there's going to be like and then it allows you to freely channel Ornn alt on top of that, or like have Volibear or Akali just get ready to sell them, or Aphelios switch to a Gravitum gun. I think this pick is super, super good for Ice here.
Yeah, all right. Very, very exciting. See what Codus is going to be able to get done with it. That was, again, a big talking point for us on Otter Talk, feeling like that was going to be a really important factor for Iceborn Kingdom, is getting the bot lane into a favorable matchup and allowing Codus to be active on the map. So Bard is definitely a great champion for him to potentially be able to do that with. And the Akali is going to be really exciting for OTF this game as well. Feels like, again, I mean, we liked their draft last game as well, though, right? For the side of Iceborn. That wasn't the issue. It really did kind of come down to the decision-making in-game. So with that in mind, what are you really hoping to see from them as far as the gameplay is concerned this time around?
I mean, this game is all about. It's really weird because their team is complete dichotomy to me. There's three people. There's like two people who want to dive as hard as possible, and that's Akali and Volibear, right? They are full side lane. They are, splits, find these engages, find the different angles, find the brush vision, find, like, look for it. Whereas Aphelios, Ornn, Bard, or Aphelios and Ornn at least are very much the polar opposite. They're trying to play completely standard back to front. They want, you know, team fighting. They want people in front, Ornn in front, Aphelios in the back completely. And then Bard is like this weird bridge in between both of these ideas, right? That he allows your repositioning for your Volibear and Akali to give them flanks easier so that they can go in and find these crazy plays. And he gives the alt opportunities, which means that you get the team fighting for Ornn and Aphelios. And he provides the stuns and things like that can also facilitate both. So I think a lot of this game is really going to be on Codis. And if he can get this Bard play to be as good as it can be, because we've all seen Bard like be the best champion in the game. He can also be the worst champion in the game. I have watched my friends play Bard and ult us, and then we all immediately die afterwards. I'm sure it's happened to you several times as well. Whenever I see Bard locked in solo queue, I know who that is, who I'm going to focus, because if that guy is tilted and plays badly, he's going to lose the game for his team. So
Yeah.
I think this Bard pick is super polarizing, and I think it's all on Codis to kind of bring this Ice team together, because, like I said, there's two complete opposites that have to mush together to make a great team, and Bard is
Yeah.
the bridge to do it.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, Codis has been given the draft resources this time around. Had a good game on the Bard last week, but we're going to need to see another good one from him again here to try to even up this series. Iceborn Kingdom, they were so close to getting that victory in game number 1, but they weren't quite able to do it. Do you think it's going to be a different story this time around, Storm? Or are you switching up your prediction?
I actually think Dorado is going to take this one. I think I like their comp a lot more. I think it's a lot more simple in a lot of ways. And as long as we don't die like level 5 as Cho'Gath, this is going to be a really, really good lane for us as it gets later and later into the game. The early part of this matchup is really rough, I will say. So I'm hoping we show enough presence topside to not get solo killed in a tank v tank matchup. But as long as that doesn't happen, I think this is going to be a really great game for the side of Dorado. And just their carries output damage and stuff like that, I think should really match up well into Ice's damage.
All right, so definitely some strong scaling elements and some nice comfort picks on both sides. It was a very, very close game number 1. We'll see if Dorado are going to end up going to match point, or if Iceborn Kingdom are going to be able to maintain that mental and rally for game number 2. A short break, guys, and then we'll be back onto the Rift for our next game. All right, everybody, here we go on to Summoner's Rift for game number 2. Dorado Iota narrowly able to eke out that victory in game number 1. Iceborn Kingdom, they were so close to getting that first W on the board, but not quite able to find it. Storm, there is one rune in particular that worries me. Can you spot which one it is?
Well, I'm pretty sure for you it's Lethal Tempo on this Volibear.
Indeed.
I'm more kind of weirded out that our support Braum is still taking Summoner's Spellbook in this day and age.
Is that not still strong? I thought it was fine.
I think it's fine, but I think Guardian would be better this game still.
No, there is
really want. Yeah, there is like a Kali. There's, I'm pretty sure, like, you know, Volibear is definitely going to be looking for things as well. Like, I think it would have been better here. It also would have given you like much better lane priority as well. Be able to fight a bit more for it. So I think that would have been pretty big. I also think it's weird that So Easy started Q as Ornn and not W. Generally in this matchup, I take W because Cho like always trades onto you with his E, and you're able to cancel it like one of his 3 auto attacks and get like good trades.
Yeah,
but nothing really
Cho
coming
gets
from
generally
it.
going to be in range to get breathed on, right? With
Yeah.
Bellows Breath, so that would have made sense to me as well. But So Easy now up to level 3. It does have access to all those abilities. So like you said, not too much going to come from that. Our junglers did path towards opposite sides once again. You can see a nice ward going to go down there from the Ornn to spot out any potential moves from Chucko towards that top lane. And we're likely just going to see a trade of the Scuttle Crabs once again.
Yeah. So Karn last game obviously went for that incredibly greedy build and was power farming literally the entire game, basically. Do you think this is going to continue? Because I kind of think it is.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
wouldn't
he went
be
lethal
su-
tempo. He's going the,
Yeah.
as you call it, the I have too much gold build.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's going to mean he is going to do a lot of damage, but he's going to be extremely squishy and is going to need to be really careful about when he goes in. Going to need to choose his moments very, very carefully. And it's going to mean there's a lot of pressure on So Easy as well. Like, once we get in towards mid and late game, it's going to mean that I feel like Iceborn Kingdom really cannot fight without their Ornn.
Yeah. It basically means they have one frontliner now, right? Volibear is not going to be a frontliner unless he is ridiculously far ahead here. So we'll have to track Karn and see if he's able to get anything done. I mean, is going for the Q max, so he isn't maxing E, it has a Sheen, so this is Trinity Force on this Volibear, which makes this lethal tempo choice even more odd to me.
Wow, yeah, Q max. Dang. So, I mean, I guess that means he would probably like to find some kind of early angle, but was on vision there in that line brush next to the mid lane, so not going to find anything onto NBK, at least for the moment. As Callie's taking a little bit of damage from So Easy. So we're going to win out on that trade just by a bit.
Yep. Callie got hit by all of the Ornn abilities, so he got chunked
Oh,
quite a bit.
are going to land onto OTF. The Shroud does come down. The end of the line is not going to get the return damage onto the Akali, and OTF will get back underneath the tower. Callie, meanwhile, going to get knocked up by EZ with the Searing Charge. The Brittle Auto going to be there as well. Rupture going to be flashed by EZ. The flash has to come out from Callie in response. The Q is there, and So Easy on the board with first blood.
That was really well played by So Easy, I want to say. Definitely made sure to time his flash after his auto grasp had come out as well, so that he had made sure that connected, and then I don't know. That was just Callie just not respecting it. I said you need to not get solo killed at level 5 when Ornn is going to be at his strongest point, and it literally happened. And I just don't know what to say anymore about it. Oh my god, we're building Hearthsteel. Friggin' hell. Please, people.
Oh,
Okay.
Stun onto Gremlin here. Codis tagged by the concussive blows, but not going to get stunned on the the Bard rather. First
Yeah.
dragon is alive. Gonna be an infernal first this game.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really nice first dragon to take here. I would love to see Homenkarn take this. Does have the time right now.
Here comes
But,
Codis. Gonna look to
instead-
set up this play. Gremlin a nice unbreakable to deny the cosmic binding, and now Codis, has to flash away from the zap. And now Koopa slowed up temporarily, but healthy enough on the Aphelios and mustered low on mana. And so they are just gonna wait to collect the minion wave.
I cannot believe Codis lived there. I thought for sure Jinx was just going to W him and Gremlin was going to like Q him as well, and he was just going to die as he came through the portal.
In the top lane. It's going to be the knock up there. The Bill's Breath immunes the rupture. But Callie is going to be able to walk it off. No teleport, though, on the Cho'Gath. So easy. Really starting to take some control in that top lane.
Yeah, was forced to use his W there, so wasn't able to get the triple brittle proc combo off there or anything like that. Also didn't start with the W, so, triple brittle wasn't there, but Cho is going to get pretty healthy from clearing this whole minion wave, so isn't going to be, like, forced to reset here or anything. Might just choose to take it anyway.
You can see So Easy did so, despite being full HP on the Ornn. And Ornn doesn't need to base to buy items, so I'm not entirely sure what the thought process was there, but...
Used up a lot of his mana pool using ult and everything, I think was it.
Fair enough. Gonna miss out on, I think, just one melee minion as that wave comes in. So, not really too much to worry about. Maybe 2 melees if it wasn't a cannon wave.
Yeah.
As the grubs are now alive as well.
I think it's interesting that this Aphelios has gone on for a BF sword and a Cull first reset, that it wasn't the kind of Dirk standard. I wonder if Koopa's
building crit.
I don't know how you check as for Aphelios which one of these he has taken. Do you? Oh, there I can see it. He has taken AD.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Usually it's
Mostly.
lethality, right? As Trucko's going to find
Yeah.
So Easy. The orange charges away. Looks like grubs are going to focus for Dorado. So TF could potentially look to move over here, but Homenkarn is nowhere in the area. So looks like it is just going to be a trade of the neutrals once again.
Yeah. And I think you're... again, you're happy kind of on both sides, I think, on this one. OTF here is a little caught.
Gonna go for the perfect execution. Chucko is down to half. OTF gonna use the R2 to disengage. A wise choice, I think.
Yeah, that was 1v3. He didn't have anyone near him. I cannot believe that he went in there, to be honest with you.
He just knew he had enough dashes to survive.
Yeah, that's fair. Kali did get an update and is in firmly the 200 years category. Homenkarn is
He's going to get tagged
also
by
in
the
a very
Winter's
strange
Fight.
place.
Gremlin puts up the Unbreakable. A lot of damage onto the Volibears. Death Rocket going to come out. The Stormbringer to get away from the Jinx ultimate. Homenkarn does hold on to the Flash.
That's big, I guess, but don't love that we used Bard Tunnel at the same time as the Stormbringer there. Both would have dodged that Jinx R, showing that maybe we're not quite on the same page at this point, but hopefully that will continue. There's
that Tempered Fate is going to catch NDK. The Syndra also does have Flash. Going to find a scatter onto OTF. The Akali going to be able to activate the E and gets out from under the tower. Chucko, though, flashing on top of OTF. The quick drop forward and the collateral damage to secure the kill. Makes it a 1-for-1 as both mid laners do go down and burn their flashes as well.
Yeah, I was a little worried that Chucko wasn't going to have the damage there, but was able to get that second auto off, which did mean that his ult was able to finish that. It is lethality here on this Graves for Chucko. We are building as much damage as we possibly can. This isn't going to be any of those weird off bruiser builds or anything of Graves. Which lethality item is it first? Because the only lethality rush item I generally see anymore from junglers is the Profane Hydra, and Graves is obviously not building that. I guess Yomu's probably. Does that sound
Yeah,
right?
be Yomu's. I think it could still also be Collector, or no, I guess the double longsword. You
No.
were right, it's the Yomu's.
Yeah, Yomu's. An extra
Yeah.
Dirk in there now.
Yeah, the Graves, I remember you used to build Umbral Glaive first, but they changed
Yeah.
it to where you only do 2 points of damage towards instead of 3. And
Yeah.
so Graves doesn't really like that item very much anymore.
Yeah, that's also another item that's getting a huge buff on the next season, I'm pretty sure, as well. So Graves is probably going to start building it again. And Kali G is now finished our Hearthstone, so I'm now going to keep track on this and how many stacks we're able to get out of it.
Did you see the first Clang come through there?
Yeah. Great stun by Kotis. OTF and everyone else is here, but isn't able to keep the fight going. Would be too low.
2 minutes still on the dragon, so still quite a bit of time until we actually are going to need to start posturing for that one. Pretty much dead even so far in terms of golds. And we did see the trade of those earlier neutrals as previously mentioned. There's going to be a couple of plates secured there for the Cho'Gath. It feels pretty nice. And another Clang as well.
Yeah, this is the point of the matchup where you should start winning as Cho. I am really disappointed to see... Oh, never mind. Hold that
the
thought.
flash right from the ball there. Moonlight Vigil over the wall. The Braum likely going to get run down. And there is the feat of warfare as Kotis secures the kill. Chucko forced to ult himself over the wall. Does get away from OTF. And now it's NBK on the roam. Joining up with the team. Does Dorado really want to fight this 3v4? Still a minute until the dragon. They don't have to fight, and they will back away.
Yeah, and Braum does have TP as well here. We do see he is going to channel it onto this bot lane tower, so he will be back for this fight. But what I was going to say top lane is I'm really... Why are we building Sunfire Cape instead of Hollow Radiance, the superior Sunfire option?
Yeah, double AP solo laners. Yeah, I feel like the Hollow Radiance could definitely have been a good option here.
Yeah.
Oh well. So easy. You know, there are 280 carries as well, so I don't think that the Sunfire is like terrible here or anything like that.
No. -1 feels bad, man.
True. All right, Dragon is spawning imminently now. Would be double dragon for Iceborn if they can get it. But Haman Karn is on the top side of the map right now. Looks like he's going to take the Raptors as well. We do see a couple of pings from Iceborn towards that dragon, but they're not really in position for it just yet. Okay, it's a ridiculous number of pings from Iceborn.
Yeah. I think we might be fighting this. We see Orange just walking straight down here for so easy. Kali G, meanwhile, is top side. And is going to be able to get this demolished.
For the stun, but the Braum taking so much damage immediately has to flash away. Zoomer Death Rocket not going to find Kotis. And now it's going to be the Glacial Fisher. Does find the knockup onto 3. Very nice from Gremlin. OTF trying to dash forward. The Tempered Fate is going to connect onto 2 members of the enemy team as well as the Akali. Perfect Execution is there. And the Moonlight Vigil layered beautifully. Going to be a double kill over to Koopa. And Kali G did end up teleporting in, but it was too late to get involved. 5-1 now on the scoreboard. Gonna be Iceborn Kingdom looking for their second dragon as well.
Okay, so the only way you can save this Kali G is if you eat this dragon. Otherwise, this TP was Omega Troll from you. And isn't even gonna look for it. Oh, man. Eats the Scuttle Crab as a nice consolation prize, I guess. But, man, that sucks.
Yeah, that was pretty rough for Dorado. I guess they just weren't ready for all 5 Iceborn members to be there, but probably should have been.
Yeah.
Are going to look for the Rift Herald now, but no ultimate for Kali. Did snack on the Scuttle Crab, as you mentioned. Nice scatter going to land onto Kotis, as it looks like NBK is going to help to maintain control over that choke point. And so the Rift Herald will be taken. It's going to be 2 neutrals apiece. Feat of Monster Slaying still up in the air.
Yeah, and I'm starting to get more and more worried for Chucko here onto this Graves that even though he is 1-0 and has a 20 CS lead over Karn, Graves is a champion that needs to snowball. He needs to be ahead to be useful and to be proactive in this game. So I need to see this start being a win for them. And I want to see this Graves get on the map. I think he's got just a little bit of time. I'm hoping with this uh Herald that we're able to get a turret somewhere. Otherwise, I feel like that was just waste of time. I am not a fan of the Herald objective. I think it is much better used as Zonya's Hourglass than it is almost anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easily the weakest neutral objective in the game right now. But
Yeah.
you'd still rather have it than the enemy team have it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
There is the potential to get good value from it. It's just a little bit tricky to actually find that value most of the time.
Yeah, and I don't know what this Death Brush is about right now. I guess you've already cleared your own jungle, so you're not really losing any tempo on the map right now.
Yeah, there's not too much to do at the moment for Chucko. You see the Krugs respawning now. Yeah, this mid-tier one is finally going to take a little bit of damage, but still not in Herald range. Chucko will now move back into the jungle to clear out those camps. 2.5 minutes on the next dragon. Hextech sold this game, Storm. Great news for Iceborn. A little bit of a high roll there.
Yeah, definitely the dragon you're always the most happy to see, especially when it comes to turning the tempo. Speaking of tempo, here's 6-7.
NBK trying to do some alcove gaming. OTF immediately going to go in with the shuriken flip, though, and that Syndra never stood a chance.
Yep. Welcome to Bard Gaming, where he buys Bloodsong, and then you suddenly take a whole bunch of extra damage from everybody, and Akali then insta-kills you. Has his Dead Man Split now done as well, so he can no longer has to land Q to like actually get stuns, can just walk at people and auto them into then getting the Q set up.
Here
This
comes
should be
the
a
Bard
really
once
strong
again.
point.
Callie in trouble. Call the Forge God is not going to be communed with, as Callie does try to flash away, but another stun is going to come through from Karn, and Callie is just going to get taken down. Burning the flash for nothing there feels extra bad.
Yeah.
And
Looks like
Braum
Koopa
walking
might...
towards an Aphelios. Mustard is pretty far away still. That was pretty confusing. I mean, the Aphelios is still slowed, but...
Hey,
no,
they got a Bard ult
there.
out of it.
I guess. I don't know if Kotis even really needed to be honest.
He probably didn't, but they got it.
Yeah.
1
minute on the dragon now. For now, we have to start talking about the setup here. Look at where Chucko is on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
Less than a minute until the dragon spawns. This is going to be Hextech Soul Point. Dorado, where you guys at?
Yeah, I'm really worried about this part. I mean, Chucko is sitting on a fair amount of gold here, has 1,600. That should be his collector done, I guess, but I don't know if 2-item collector is going to be enough for this fight here. It doesn't even have his boots finished into all this armor that's already getting built. Karn, despite taking the rune that he means $1 million, has built a Warden's Mail.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like the builds. And in he goes with the Gathering Storm as we take a quick look at the top laners for some reason.
Very important to see those clang stacks happening. But Flash burned by both Mustard and Gremlin there for just Karn's ult. That is a big win.
It was a nice scatter from NBK to chunk out Kotis. And that dragon yet to get started. A nice control ward in the pit right now for Iceborn. Means that they're not worried about it getting taken by Dorado right now. But they're not really interested in taking it themselves either. Karn is just kind of standing in the bush, waiting for something to happen.
Yep.
I'm not sure what he's expecting to happen.
Like, I think he's expecting someone to jump onto his Aphelios, but the people jumping onto Aphelios aren't his team. There's not really going to be Syndra face checking in towards that bush.
Here comes the Rift Herald, going to wander into the mid lane as the dragon has been peeled off of, as they try to guarantee this Herald charge, which they will get, but it's not quite going to be enough to finish off this tower. Very, very close, and there it is. Call the Forge God blocked by Gremlin very nicely with the Unbreakable. So Ornn ultimate on cooldown. Kali G now walking up, trying to frontline for the team. A nice rupture onto Koopa, but the Cho'Gath already getting chunked out. Tempered Fate, pretty nice from Kotis onto 2. So easy down to half. Moonlight Vigil does do a bit of damage. NBK now chunked down as well. Some lowered health bars on both sides. A lot of ultimates expended, but OTF does still have the perfect execution. And ultimates available for all the carries on the side of Dorado as well. OTF now going in, finds a shuriken flip onto Chucko as the Graves flashes away, dodges away from the Akali ultimate, but Kali is going to get taken down. And Chucko had to burn everything there to survive, so looks like will be Soul Point going over to Iceborn soon as they are willing to move in that direction.
Yeah, we see Chucko just immediately disregarding that, moves in to take his topside camps. I'm hoping he at least is going to take this Escape portal over and
out for NDK. Is this really going to be something for Dorado? I think they might be overcommitting. It's a nice scatter onto 2. The Unleashed Power does come out, but it's not enough to finish off OTF. The Akali surviving on a sliver of health. And yeah, Dorado, just desperation there. Trying to fight for the dragon without their jungler. Don't know about that one.
Yep, and now they're at the tough point of the game where they are now forced, no matter what, to fight for this next objective, right? They have to take this dragon fight for the rest of the game, otherwise they give over easily the best soul in the game, I would say, in Hex Soul. It just feels so broken all the time. You know, it isn't the best on this team because the only basically ranged people are Koopa and 6-7. And 6-7, aka Kotis, already has slows built into his auto attacks. But this is new guy getting taken on spawn.
It is 100% gone. Look at where Chucko is. Not even close. And Iceborn Kingdom is dominant this game number 2. I mean, they've been in the driver's seat this entire time.
Yeah, just showing that maybe that game 2 throw was just a fluke, that they have it.
And Kotis able to journey through the wall to get away from NBK and Chucko. Gonna be absolutely fine. We do see a little bit of a push in the mid lane coming out from Dorado right now. Demolish for Kali is gonna get that mid inner chunk down pretty low, but they're not gonna be able to stick around to finish the job. As the collapse is coming through for Iceborn. Chucko moving over as well. Rupture going to prevent that Volibear from continuing the aggression. The Tempered Fate is going to land on a Mustard. Call the Forge God to come out now as well. Gremlin not able to block it. Mustard getting it jumped on by Hama and Karn. And a lot of damage coming out onto the front line as well as Kali gets taken down. The Moonlight Vigil connecting onto the Jinx. The Gravitum shot in Koopa from across the entire map. Picks up kill number 3. 11-1 now on the scoreboard. And Dorado just falling
that's another route. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I think this is just Ice playing really, really well. There's nothing that Dorado looks like they can really do at this point. They're just so far behind. You know, it's only 3,000 gold, but it just feels like the item spikes that Ice have are just too big to overcome. Like, what are they going to do when it comes for this next Dragon Point, right? There's 3 really fed assassins. The enemy ADC is huge, and the Ornn is pretty much unkillable for your team. I don't know who the hell is gonna kill this guy. Jinx is
more concerning than all that, Storm. I feel like is the decision making for Dorado this game. I think it's just been all over the place. Like a lot of really questionable calls. They don't really seem to be playing together very well. That's the more concerning thing in my mind. Just feels like they're tilted. After winning game 1. I don't understand.
It kind of looks that way, doesn't it? It's like it's that solo queue mentality of the Graves of Chucko going my solo lane are 0-7 currently, and I am 30 CS up in the jungle, and I'm 50 CS up in the jungle. What is going on? It feels a little bit like that is happening right now, and I'm really hoping they're able to put it together because, yeah, this series is far from over. Like game 1 was super close. You guys
OTF gonna
should be in
jump
this.
on to Chucko. MBK is here as well. The shuriken flip landing onto the Syndra. Scatter gonna land on the Akali in the smoke. But Chucko and NBK shying away from the 2v1.
I mean, we can see why. MBK got hit by an E, and I think a Q auto and is at half health now. Like he almost died. And Akali's not 16 yet. Like this is only gonna get worse.
Yeah, 2-level advantage there in the mid lane for OTF. There's 2-level advantage in the jungle for Chucko, as you were kind of highlighting. Does have that massive CS lead, but yet to really see Chucko do much with it.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to be able to auto attack someone squishy, but I don't know what he's going to get that chance. Because Holland
30
Karn
seconds
has
on the
built...
Dragon Storm. Tempered Fate has to be flashed by Mustard. A Jinx flash down for the soul fight. That is real tough now for Dorado. I think they might be out of options already.
Yeah, I mean, you see Kali G is also just not with his team. He is on split push duty on this Cho'Gath, looking to get something with these grubs and demolish. He's probably going to get this tower really low, but...
Koopa almost just accidentally killed NBK with the flamethrower. And they're going to one-shot this dragon. I think it's just gone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's over. This is even worse than not fighting it, is just using a Jinx rocket on Prime. Like, there had to be some sort of call there to just do something on the map.
Honestly, just like a perplexing game for the side of Dorado. Like, I'm just trying to understand what happened to them. As Mustard is just going to get jumped on and obliterated here in the mid lane. No chance at all. Completely alone there in mid. And that's going to be 2 turrets immediately for the side of Iceborn Kingdom. So is he going to find a knock-up on NBK, who also has to flash away? Neophelios is just
almost
monstrous
dead
right now in this game. The Volibear does have to ultimate in retreat. And it is just that 1 kill onto Mustard.
Yeah, but that's pings on the Baron. We see that OTF is also pushing out top lane, that he's able to join. This is a full 5-man on the Baron, and Chucko's just hitting bobside camps as they respawn, just doing Graves things.
Kali gonna face check here. And the Cho'Gath is not tanky enough, I don't think. Oh, the wasted flash there again as well. A little bit of insult on top of the injury. Gremlin.
Yeah, and it's just people walking in one at a time. What is happening?
That's right. Tempered Fate now going to come out. Very nice from Kodas. He's found NBK with that one. Gremlin going to get destroyed. It is 1 back onto the Akali as Chucko is very strong on this grave. So easy. Has to flash away. Chucko flashing forward. Trying to get that kill. Gets the massive shutdown off the Ornn, but does get taken out himself by Kodas. It does end up being a 3 for 2. Still in favor of Iceborn, but a couple of bounties did go over to Dorado. And now NBK getting that mid-wave pushed out. They're kind of clinging to life, but...
Yeah, they stopped the Baron from getting taken, right? And that's really, really big. And I guess that's probably the best almost case scenario for where that shutdown money is going to that Graves. He's finished his LDR. He's got a BF sword. He's level 16, I believe, right? Once he respawns. So this is a Graves game to win it. This can be the solo carry master performance from Chucko. If he's able to get onto Koopa, he will like 2 or 3 shot him.
We'll see if he can make it happen.
Yeah.
Baron is still alive. Gremlin does clear out that control ward, but is immediately then going to have to cede control of the area.
Yeah, it's just so hard for me, I think, for them, because you can't flip this, because the enemy team has Graves, and they have Cho'Gath, right? So you cannot flip a Baron whatsoever. It has to be a decisive win for it, but Kali G's killed himself. I don't know why he's here.
Yeah, Yeah, he's a goner.
Yeah. This happened last game too, where like he was like up top lane near a tower that was like nearly dead. I feel like this is just deja vu.
Not a
But
great
hey, you
look
got some
in this game from Cali. 0-6 now on the Cho'Gath.
yeah, 060, I think is the more interesting part there. But has 260 Heartsteel stacks.
Yeah, okay, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. It's starting to get some more resistances. Looks like it is going to be the Randuin's third. But this Baron is pretty much gone. I mean, Chucko is kind of in the area, but can't get into the pit.
Yeah.
We do see
Okay.
NBK split pushing in the bot lane. Did get the bot hour and is going to get potentially this inner turret as well. That is running out of time to get this. Here comes
Codis is
Codis.
here. He's gonna
And there's the
die.
Tempered Fate. At least NBK does get the gold from the tower. But now is going to get taken down, and they give the kill over to OTF. Picks up number 3 on the Akali.
Yep. Even doing the full damage as a Akali, utilizing Hextech Rocket Belt as an auto attack reset. For all of you who do not know, it is an auto reset. Weirdly.
And now our Iceborn Kingdom going to be able to end with this Baron. They have it for 2 minutes.
Oh, most assuredly. Even though their siege sucks a lot, they are ridiculously far ahead, and they have Hextech Soul. They can just walk at this mid lane turret here, like so easy is currently doing, and look at it go.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to try to
popped
brute
into
force
midair.
this one. They have 2 cannon minions to work with here in the mid lane as well that are just wailing away on these structures. Chucko off on the flank angle, trying to find that angle to get a couple of autos onto a carry. Is at least going to be able to clear out the cannon minions, but OTF has this bot wave pushed in. Find the Shuriken onto NBK. Not going to take that one in.
Kali's dead.
Come out now from Easy. Cho'Gath is indeed going to get taken down, but the Ornn ultimate does not get activated. But it's a nice knock-up does come through from Easy, and a beautiful Tempered Fate once again from Codis. The Akali and the Aphelios is going to be set up beautifully to do their work. And this was an incredibly one-sided game. Iceborn Kingdom just destroyed them.
Yeah. That's a tilter of a game, I gotta say. Like, you got not just beaten, but you got like curb stomped. That game wasn't close from like minute like 5.
Back. Sorry about the delay there. Unfortunately, our producer's power went out, and so we had to call in some last-minute reinforcements to get the show back on the road. But as you can see, we are now into the client draft once again here, and we're gonna have we need to quickly go over the draft that did happen, Storm. So if you want to start walking us through, or if you just maybe want to highlight some of the more notable aspects of this draft.
Yeah, so we can definitely tell we're in a Fearless series already, and it's game 3. I think Oriana first pick for Ice is a little interesting, that they're kind of saying that, the classic control mages, a lot of them are gone. We see that uh, Victor's been used up this game, Syndra's gone, Ori's kind of the last kind of normal one of those left. I thought Hui would have been kind of a bit more of a high priority of this game. Because Aurora has been banned basically the entire series. Ari is also gone. So I thought Hui would have been the pick, but instead it was the Ori. Dorado answered with Ziggs Ash, deciding that they're not just going to flex the Ziggs or anything like that. They just want that counter pick into the Ori, making sure they have that artillery mage. Ice then answer with probably the bot lane I have seen that I have hated the most this entire series, and the most in a long time, being Seraphine Corki. I don't imagine there's any synergy almost between these two champions. Corki is no slow for Seraphine to get roots. Um, he is all about early game aggression, which Seraphine wants almost no part of. Um, I hate this combo a lot because I don't even think like if Seraphine like ults someone, I don't even think Corki has the damage to like sit there and kill him, right? So I really hate this ADC support duo for the side of the ice, but whatever. Dorado decided
Very
to answer
interesting.
that with Nautilus. So now Seraphine will die a whole bunch because she's going to get ulted by Ashe and ulted by Nautilus and chain CC and
Yeah,
die.
really
So
strong
seeing that
carry
they
there,
took
I think.
so seeing that they took Shen to make sure that Seraphine didn't just get chain ulted and die all the time, which is fine. It's Shungle, I believe, or I guess it's Mundo Jungle, isn't it?
Yeah, most likely the
That's
Mundo
probably
jungle, and
yeah,
that we are actually seeing the Shen jungle locked in right now in the client draft. So it could actually end up being that River Shen. One other interesting
yeah,
thing to note here is there was a really heavy jungle focus in the second ban phase with the Trundle, Kindred,
yeah.
Malphite, and Vi all being removed in that second ban phase. Then the Jinzhao coming through for Dorado on the R4 there, actually to go along with the Ashe and the Ziggs to do a little bit of frontlining for them. And that's kind of when the Shen and the Mundo came in. I do feel like the Mundo is a pretty good answer into the Jinzhao specifically, but I guess the Shen probably has a decent enough matchup into that Jinzhao as well because you can like immune the knockup, right? If you time the
Yeah.
W correctly as Shen.
Yeah, I feel like that should be good. I think this Gwen pick for Dorado Gaming here is like turbo broken. It is so good into literally every single champion on the entirety of Ice except for Oriana. It's disgusting into Corki, it's disgusting into Seraphine, it's disgusting into Shen, it's disgusting into Mundo. So you have like a really,
Yeah.
really strong top lane matchup no matter what. Your team has tons of wave clear with Ziggs, Ashe, they have the engage of Nautilus Zinzao. If it's like if two people come onto you, that your team can like do something. Ash and Ziggs can also both support you on other parts of the map. This pick looks so friggin' disgustingly good right now. So I'm thinking it's gonna be Dorado Gaming win because of this Gwen. I think their comp looks so good, to be honest with you. Um, but if they delay this game and it gets like super late game territory, when we start getting into Corky having 3 items done, which is probably 4 items for most champions, because he builds like 4 items. I'm pretty sure his 3 items is literally like 11k gold, isn't it? Right? Because Trinity Force is 33, you build Infinity Edge, which is like 4k, and then you build another like 3k gold item, right? Muraman or
Morgana
something.
probably, yeah.
That's another like 3k gold. So like that's 4K for most other champions in the game. So, but anyway, I feel like if Corky can get to this point, he is going to absolutely take over. But I don't know if he's going to get that chance. I think the side lane pressure for Dorado is so good this game, and their early game priority is so good. Like again, I don't think Ice has a single winning lane, which was their problem in game one, and I think it's going to be a problem for them again. So I think Dorado is going to take this one, and they're going to be able to bounce back and get the mental going.
Yeah, I mean, that's all well and good in terms of analyzing the draft there, Storm, but I feel like this is the part of the conversation where we do have to take those nameplates back into account. Callie
Yeah.
G in the top lane for Dorado had a really rough showing in that game number 2. So, he's obviously going to be the one piloting this Gwen. And so we really need to see a return to form for Callie for Dorado to actually make this draft work. No matter how good we think it is on paper, it's the gameplay that we need to see improved on for this game number 3. But you think they're going to be
I
able to
mean,
do it? You think
yeah.
it's going to happen? They're going to
I
go up to match point here?
as a dedicated Mundo player, the amount of people who just like randomly first time Gwen into me and just absolutely face roll me, this matchup is so like unlosable for the side of Gwen. It's like
Okay.
unreal. As long as he actually builds the vamp item, whatever it is called, the Rift Maker, as long as we build Rift Maker, he's gonna win. If we
All
go
right.
like that's my caveat. But like this
Well,
matchup's so good for Gwen. I'm so certain that it's gonna be a win for Callie. And this is gonna give him some of that confidence. I mean, we saw how aggressive he likes to play the side lane, right? There was a lot of those Cho'Gaths that was splitting for like third dragon and fourth dragon was spawning. At least if you're Gwen, you're gonna kill those towers a lot quicker.
we'll see how it's going to look, guys. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back for game number 3.
Damn, Monkeys is tied as well. Man, is Slayer just absolutely unleashed? Because that's what is going on. Okay, I'm at 10. I don't know how we're doing this. Oh, you're here? All right,
Okay.
perfect.
Who's
Do you want to count us in?
11,
So 11, 12,
13,
13. We all good? I'm good.
15, 16, 17, 18.
21,
All right.
22, 23. We're all
Yeah.
good?
Okay. I think we're together. Storm.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, we're all good. Sounds good. Whenever you bring us in.
30 seconds until
All right, everybody.
Okay.
Welcome back onto the Rift for game number 3. We're gonna have Iceborn Kingdom on the blue side for the first time tonight. Verado gonna be taking up positions on red, looking to bounce back after that rough game 2 performance. They did have a little bit of extra time, right? Thanks to our technical difficulties. Maybe Sirius is secretly a Dorado fan, and he wanted to give
Yeah.
them some extra time to recalibrate the mental.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, and we can already see they're winning. They got their first Mana Flow Baron proc on MBK. The Ziggs is going to take over.
Yeah, it's all
It's
over.
GG, yeah.
Match point for Dorado. As
Okay.
Luigi's
Kali
gonna
G has
face
taken
Kali.
bone plating as... Yeah, we've taken bone plating as Gwen into Mundo. I already am not a fan of this, but whatever.
Storm's already nervous.
Yeah.
As long as we build Riftmaker, it's still okay, right?
Yeah. Yeah, as long as we build Riftmaker, I swear to God, if I see Nashor's Tooth first, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. But that's no problem.
Our junglers are going to be starting on
Don't-
opposite sides. So River Shen, Haman Karn taking the Hail of Blades on the Shen
Yeah.
jungle, and has picked up his red buff and is now immediately going to invade the enemy jungle. This is very exciting.
Yeah. This is a throwback. He did this in Premiere when we were casting it, didn't he? I'm almost certain he played this and did this, and then he invaded and died, and he looked so bad. I remember this.
Yeah, it's pretty memorable.
I think he played it actually a couple of times, but yeah.
Seems like he's going to get away with it this time, as
Yeah.
it seems like Verado just have no idea that there is a Shen in their jungle. And NBK is taking a lot of damage here in the mid lane. That bouncing bomb is going to miss.
OT
And another QW from OTF. And NBK down extremely low.
Yeah. I think OTF also just like took so much damage from that minion wave though.
Yeah.
He is super low as well that they're both just gonna have to reset here. And we can already see how that top lane matchup works. Mundo basically just sits back and throws Cleaver.
Walking into the Nautilus because Shen is here.
Oh,
Flash
Shen.
shot is amazing from Haman Karn. Not quite enough to get the kill though, as Gremlin barely able to flash away.
Yeah, and I think Xin Zhao has now realized that he doesn't have a bot side of his jungle and is now invading.
OTF, the shield and the first blood for the Iceborn mid
Oh, but
laner.
Chucko's here.
Is here though, and is going to be able to tie things up 1-1.
Okay. And now is looking to doesn't have anything even to invade. Can see Haman Karn able to get his wave back. Now he just needs to be able to go to his own blue and defend it. Chucko is going up towards the top side. I think it's just for the Scuttle Crab. He's not going to look to invade. It is the successful 3 camp for Haman Karn.
It is looking that way. And, of course, teleport back out into the mid lane for both mid laners. Priority currently for the Ziggs. But they're not going to check the Shen's jungle. So Chucko just taking the crab, channeling the recall. And looks like he's going to open back up onto the top side of the map as well. So not even looking for the double crab. Yeah, Haman Karn going to be very happy with this start.
Yeah, and I'm really worried. Okay, so easy is okay. With at least we dodged the Q sweet spots there. Yeah.
Now he's gonna have it back
But,
soon. The Mundo gets a little bit of healing back from the briefcase, and the Gwen does take a lot of damage from the minion wave. Teleport still available
Oh
from
my
the top lane.
God.
He's gonna flash forward and hits the briefcase. Nice doing business with you, Callie. So easy on the board.
He had W. He didn't W the briefcase.
Getting nervous yet, Storm?
Oh my God, bro.
Well, what's that? What's that? I see a blasting wand in the inventory. Uh-oh.
Oh my
Storm.
God, it's
It's not looking good. It's not looking good, mate.
no, it's not. Oh, I mean, we've taken the random runes of the I am playing Gwen. We are building the recommended item.
NBK, no teleport on the Ziggs, gonna likely lose out on an entire minion wave there in the mid lane.
Yeah, he is super low and has no mana either. But no mana available for OTF here as well on this.
Yeah.
So maybe he's able to select all this here. Gremlin also getting bullied by 6-7, able to get that wave in. That's pretty big.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are still even in gold. Despite the 1 kill lead for the side of Iceborn Kingdoms, there is a bit of a CS advantage, actually, for Callie. And about a 1 wave advantage for Mustard down there in the bot lane as well.
Yeah, I imagine that Koopa playing as Cleanse Corki with a Seraphine in his lane should probably be getting engaged on relatively soon here. I'm hoping that happens soon for the side of Dorado because I really need them to. Otherwise, it's looking a little doomed. Shen also getting close to level 6, gonna have that stand united. Nice thing about Shen Jungle, you don't know when he hits 6. You can't just track it and tell your team, like, hey, don't take random 1v1 fights because Shen is gonna make sure you lose it.
Yeah, you can obviously guess approximately when he's going to have it available, but yeah, tough to really keep track of for sure.
Yeah.
We'll see what Haman Karn honestly has been looking pretty good on the Shen jungle so far. I mean, it's early days still, but
yeah,
I've really quite liked the early game from Mr. Karn.
I'm a little concerned about how low our Gwen is in the top lane. He's dead if he gets. If So Easy popped ult there and hit a second Q there, he dies to an E-auto.
That wave is pushing out for Callie as well, and no teleport.
Yeah.
So he's going to be...
Don't worry, So Easy's going to hit this and push it in.
Okay.
He's Mundo. You must push. Sorry. Polanis has taught us.
Push.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Infernal
I
Dragon
really
first
hate that my
game.
champion has become popular. I would just want to say that. Gatekeep your hobbies, kids.
Oh, I'd actually forgot that Mundo was one of your most played.
Yeah.
I remember you're a big Urgot guy. And don't
Yeah.
you play like a decent amount of Volibear as well? Or am I wrong?
I play a lot of Cho'Gath, a lot of Ornn, a lot of Mundo, and a lot of Urgot. And then I play Garen.
Ah, okay.
And then I play other bad top lane champions that aren't allowed to be in top lane anymore. They've been moved to other roles. Oh, there's the ult.
Arrow onto Koopa. It's going to be the cleanse out from the Corki. Infernal Bomb as well onto Kotis. The Stand United does come out. The Encore onto everybody. It's time for Haman Karn to get there. And it's a trade 1-for-1 at the start, but Mustard being taken down is huge. Choco,
Just
though, the Xingqiao
so
is so
big.
strong early. Manages to take down Karn, but it is going to be Koopa, the last man standing in the bot lane. 3 for 2, Iceborn Kingdom coming out on top.
Oh, it was almost complete disaster. But Chucko just convinced with his build and that fully stacked Conqueror to get that healing out and just sat there and got it. MBK here is down here onto
Nice
Koopa.
natural.
Does he have the
Koopa
Bantam
does have
bomb
flash,
out?
really used it. Corki survives just barely. That is going to be a wave up pushed in the mid lane for OTF, but NBK actually still has the teleport, so just waddle down there.
Oh my god, Bro, you... Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna stop commentating on it. Don't want to bash people. But just saying, this top lane matchup is a lot better than Callie's making it look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and the needlework coming out with the maximum dosage in response. The needlework, it's flashed away for Easy. Stays alive barely there, and that's going to be a little bit of an ill-advised dash over the wall for Chuckos. The shockwave from OTF is magnificent. Going to be 2 kills over to Iceborn. And we see Mustard is still on the Dragon, and they're actually going to get away with this. Haman Karn is too low, not willing to go in there for the smite. And so that's a bit of a silver lining for Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, they need it. They are playing a team that is probably going to get outscaled, if I had to be honest with you. Corki is definitely one of the 80 carries of all time when it comes to item scaling. Shen Jungle, no idea what the hell is going on with this build. I guess we're Redemption Rush. That, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
That's a good Shen item. It is good on him, I will say.
For sure.
Not generally something I see getting rushed on him. Normally you see that like second or third item.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, when it's top lane, Shen, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I guess in the jungle, you have a little bit of a lower economy, right? And you don't have to worry about the 1v1 that you would normally have to worry about if you were lane Shen. So just being able to go straight into that support item, something we do see somewhat commonly with other tank junglers as well, right?
Yeah. Kali G also has their Nashor's Tooth done, so if given any time alone with a tower, we'll be able to shred it quite a lot. But grubs have spawned. No one seems to really care about them. I think as Chucko, this objective is a real objective for your team. You have Ziggs, you have a split pusher, you have a winning bot lane or a bot lane that has a lot of pressure. I think this is something you should actually be trying to kill, but instead it looks like we're making a play down here. There's the Hex Slash.
Oh, the arrow is not going to land, but the depth charge is really nice from Gremlin. Finds the knock up onto 2, and here comes Struggle, but the Stand United is there for Haman Karn in the W. It's amazing. Finds the taunt onto 2. Haman Karn making a massive impact in this play once again, with the Ziggs ultimate coming in over the top. Coda's struck down low. Koopa's trying to stand and fight with the wind. It becomes lightning. At least the Corki does get taken down, but it's going to be Haman Karn, and Coda is able to finish the job. 3 for 1 in the bot lane. Iceborn getting them on top, and it's fighting the top lane once again as well. So is he trying to sidestep the snips, but it's going to be Callie finding redemption and his first kill of the game.
Yeah. Your mic is starting to peak just a little bit, crewman.
Ah, shit.
Just a heads up. But what a fantastic set of plays. A lot of really close stuff. Callie getting the solo kill, showing off that Gwen beats Mundo. Rock does indeed beat Scissors. No matter how much you throw the Scissors, it's going to win. Gets his first fight. Going to recall. I'm surely we're going to start building Riftmaker now, and I will be a happy, happy camper.
Yeah, I mean, the Scissors did win.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm just hearing some echo a little bit there in the background. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, maybe Mr. Lean here was trying to tell us something, but seems like it's all good. No, okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, the Grub's still alive. They've been here for quite a while now.
Yeah. And Ed and Eddie getting a lease on life that they are never given.
Yeah, honestly, Well, they're not going to be alive for too much longer because Shelly is going to be arriving in a little under 90 seconds. So now we are going to see Iceborn Kingdom move over to take those grubs. It was the side of Dorado who got the first dragons, so
They got them, right? That's
yep,
the grub
all three
count
grubs
gone.
did go to Iceborn. There we go.
That's pretty bad for Dorado. I'm pretty sure they really wanted those.
Yeah, but the Gwen and the Zig's going to be a little bit sad about not
Okay,
getting
we
the
are
grub
here.
up.
This should be a kill.
Easy. Pops the maximum dosage, and the scissors are going to be victorious once again as Callie does find kill number 2.
Yep. You can see scissors beating paper there. White Mundo is paper. So this Gwen. This should be this tower going down as well.
In the briefcase, right?
Yeah.
As Callie is going to take a turret shot or two before finishing off that structure. Haman Karn trying to sidestep the snip now, and yeah, this Shen is running out of health. That's going to be one more snip is needed, and Callie will find it. It's going to kill in the bot lane as well. Nice setup from Mustard, and is also the one to knock it down, I believe.
Yeah, that's a pretty big win for them. I wish someone other than Nautilus was hitting this tower, to be honest with you. But, you know, I'll take what I can get. This is tower damage, at least, if nothing else. Okay, we've stopped our recall. Mustard has agreed that we are going to take this bot lane tier 1. Never mind. I was recalling for 6 seconds and we haven't taken it. We're going to deny cannon minion. That's what we're going to do. It was all an elaborate ruse.
All right, then. The Feat of Warfare, I believe, did go over to Iceborn Kingdom. They are now looking for their second dragon on the side of Dorado. Looks like they are going to get it. Haman Karn not quite in time to contest for this one. Might be looking for the fight, though. But in the end, it will just be a clean objective take and a disengage for Dorado. And they just need... and oh, actually, yeah, they got the first turret in the top lane, of course. So they just need one more neutral objective, and they will actually sneak away those feats of strength.
Yeah, I'm just double checking, just to sate my own curiosity. Did anyone else take approach velocity because they have Ashe on their team? No, no one else did. All right, cool. Never mind. Back to you.
Yeah, I guess approach velocity also works on your allies' CC. I never thought about that, actually.
It works on your allies' slows. That's why Ashe takes it, because whenever she autos someone, she gets movement speed towards them.
Makes sense. So
yeah.
Koopa able to grab that outer turret in the bottom lane and Valk out of the way of the Mega Inferno bomb from NBK. So a little bit of extra gold for the Corki. Already sitting on that completed Trinity Force and 1,000 gold in the pocket right now. Is NBK going to be able to trade it back with the Satchel? And potentially the third neutral objective for Dorado is on the map now with the spawn of Shelly.
Yep, and we see Callie G has correctly identified where his home is and is the opposite side of wherever the objective on the map is. AKA, you know, the enemy team wants to fight for Herald. I'm going bot lane. I'm going for this tier 2 bot lane tower down there. Everyone can learn something from playing Yorick. Correct split lane pushing thing is here. I love to see it. Even camping a brush to see if anyone would randomly be there. Instead, OTF is playing very respectably where they are. Maybe they are looking to teleport here. This isn't engaged.
The dredge line does land, and already the Seraphine been taken down. Teleports coming in now.
OTF got him.
Those side laners. The Orianna will be able to get away with the extra movement speed. So the Herald was started there by Iceborn, but they had to peel off of it. And it was just leash now for Dorado as in goes the Jen. The Shockwave is really nice, but not nice enough to take anybody down. And now in comes Callie with the needlework. Max range dredge line going to connect onto Koopa, and they take down the Corki. 10-10 now on the scoreboard. Feats of strength secured for Dorado Iota.
Yeah, that's pretty big for them. They're going to get this rift. They have this Herald if they wanted to for this tower as well, but Callie just going to be able to save it and make sure that he has it for it to sit in his pocket to get this crack on a tier 2. It's the Gwen carry. I was right. It's happening. Thank you for this, Callie. I believed in you 100% this whole time. Definitely was never any doubt.
And there's the Rift Maker. Look at that.
Yeah, 100%. See, it's in the first item slot. He built it first. See?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Nobody check the VOD.
No. That would
Yeah.
be
Now it's
weird.
really good spot. It feels like for Dorado in this game. They have got almost 2 items done on everybody. Both Ziggs and Ash are most of the way there. And they're going to have a crack at Mountain Soul Point in about 90 seconds.
Yep.
With
Mountain
really nice
Soul,
scaling as well.
yeah, I think is also pretty big for this team. Just going to mean that they're able to live through some of this initial burst, which I think is kind of the only way that they get in trouble. We saw that Shen with the ball there, Haman Karn being able to taunt in and have OTF ult off of it was really, really well played.
Yeah.
Kind of curious for So Easy what we're building our second item here, because I don't really know what you build here that's going to be any good. I guess we're going for Spirit Visage. That would be my thought.
Has to be.
But
I feel like it's very good here. I guess double AP and your Mundo.
Yeah, I just don't think it's really going to matter because you don't have the damage to actually hurt. She can just ignore you.
Well, maybe you'll have enough magic resist to be useful in the team fights.
Yeah.
As you got potentially
Surely
a
Gwen's
fight
gonna
brewing
join
here in the
those.
mid lane. Well, Mundo probably wants to. The question then is just like, do your structures in the side lane survive at all?
Yeah.
We'll see. A lot of damage on Dakota.
Yeah. Koda's also gonna die, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, just gonna get jumped on. Crystal Arrow connecting on Haman Karn, though. The Encore coming out, connects. Max range on a Mustard. Infernal Bomb, though. And it's gonna be the Gwen taking the top inner turret in the meantime. As So Easy is gonna be forced to retreat underneath the tier 3. And while, the side of Dorado, they weren't able to get a kill, they didn't need one. They pushed back Iceborn, and they will go up to Soul Point.
Oh, that was a big all whiff. Yeah.
Sombrero there.
And is this new guy going to get started as well? Okay, I think this is a bit of an overreach.
Maybe. Callie is moving in this direction as well. But here comes Iceborn. Could be their last stand in this game, their last chance to turn things around in this game number 3. Otacon down to half. Haman Karn sees the objective now. The decent sackle, but it's a little bit early. So Easy gonna tank the aggro, taunt onto 3 members. Amazing from Haman Karn, and Chucko is gonna get taken down. No smite on the side of Dorado, but some low health bars on both sides. Yatacon will reset.
It didn't reset.
Never mind, actually. It's still leashed. And it's gonna be a free Otacon going over to Iceborn Kingdom as they potentially get a new lease on life in this game.
Wow. I have absolutely no idea how that thing didn't reset there. That's crazy. That's super, super big for that team. Because I mean, Haman Karn is like falling ridiculously far behind in levels, or it felt like it to me. Callie G's level 15. I'm pretty sure he would have hit 16 or gotten very, very close to it off getting that, and that would have just made it like much been lights out, I think. If he was able to get that 3rd point into needlework, it just means he like one-shots Mundo in the side lane.
Well, it is not going to be there quite yet for the Gwen, but it's probably going to have it for the soul fight, right? We're still a ways off from that next dragon, so most likely the Gwen will be able to get there for that critical team fight. And so then the question kind of becomes, are Iceborn going to be able to take some amount of control over that part of the map in the meantime to prevent Dorado from being able to contest?
This is not the way to do it, Codis.
Yeah, that's going to be a pick on Codis. That encore is going to go completely wide, but the Stand United is there for Haman Karn. Going to find the taunt onto Gremlin. The Shockwave used as well. The Nautilus flashes away, staying alive for now, not able to Spidey hook his way to safety. It's going to be kill number 3 for OTF on the Orianna. There's going to be yet another turret going over to Callie G. And now the teleport to the other side of the map to avoid getting collapsed on. Very heads-up move there from the Dorado top laner.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he can just start pushing top lane now that he's waiting for Dragon. Oh,
Arrow
that's an
gonna
ult
connect onto the
landing.
Seraphine
Goodbye,
with his Ziggs
Codus.
ultimate coming in over the top. That is actually NBK's first of the game. The Ziggs able to get onto the board. And 2 minutes now on the Dragon.
Yeah, and now this is the point I really worry about, because OTF is now the one that is forced to match Kali G in the side lane, which means the rest of his team no longer has any sort of mage mid. So now the rest of their team can't clear anything, which means Ziggs just gets free towers to kill things.
They're going to be able to easily take that mid-inner. And they're going to be able to comfortably have time for some resets here. Going to spend their golds. And that is 3 items done for the Gwen. Very, very scary, but doesn't have teleport. And it looks like Callie is opening up into that top lane.
I think this is correct almost always. You are, even though you are still so strong, you can just split and like try and win the game. Like if Mundo is there and is forced to TP to like your tower or whatever, as long as your team doesn't just engage randomly or get engaged on like immediately, you just need them to buy like the 30 seconds. So that you're actually pushing somewhere that's useful.
Yeah, Iceborn Kingdom about to get crunched here under a lot of pressures. We see Callie pushing in that top lane. So easy channeling the recall. Does have the teleport available. We'll see how Iceborn are going to be able to navigate this. They do manage to take some river control. Still 40 seconds until the dragon spawn. Baron alive on the map as well. Dorado have so many options right now. And Iceborn Kingdom are running out of them rapidly. As in comes
they don't even need to. Oh my god, he took the tower first, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, MBK's about to die.
Oh,
okay.
That is going to be the flash away for the Ziggs. Shockwave on cooldown for OTF. That's going to be 6-7 jumped on. Manages to flash right with the arrow connecting onto the Shen. The Seraphine does get taken down. It's going to be the depth charge. Knock up onto 2. That is the smite down on the side of Iceborn. 2 in the death chamber, including the jungler. That's going to be Mountain Soul, and most likely game for Dorado Iota.
Yeah, that's going to lead directly into this Baron in the top side for them, I'm pretty sure. -1 to Gremlin. Pour one out to my supports. Even when the cannons are free, they can't be taken sometimes. But yeah, this should be Baron. Then Gwen just gets to go push bot lane by herself after Baron is taken, and then she wins the game. Or Ziggs and Ashe just kill whoever is in front of their face. An amazing bounce back for Dorado, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like this game was fairly competitive. Haman Karn had an amazing early game on the Shen, but they just didn't get any dragons.
Yep.
Now, we see the Baron dance begin. But a straight-up team fight is never really going to go the way of Iceborn at this point.
Yeah, I mean, MBK's hot here.
Big's a little bit caught out. It's going to be an arrow onto the Seraphine once again, who immediately dies. Dredgeline going to connect on OTF as well. The shockwave is pretty decent. The W doesn't land. The Stand United keeps the Orianna on her feet. But Callie continuing to keep up the pressure insides. Onto the bot inhibitor turret, so easy, can't do anything about it. Gwen just taking it in Mundo's face. And in the end, it was a trade deal that the Mundo wasn't favored in. Kali G with the long-term investments. The portfolio just now paying off.
Okay,
yeah, they're trying to chase down Kali, but yeah, the ghost for the Gwen is going to easily allow her to get away. And Baron, I mean, Haman Karn is here. Miracle Steal maybe for the Shen. He doesn't have vision. It's too hard. Surely they don't allow him into the pit.
Yeah, I was about to say, surely we let Ziggs press W on this guy and kill him. Oh no,
he flashes in! Oh my goodness. Well, that was closer than it should have been.
Yeah.
In comes Callie now with a needlework. Inferno Bomb over the top. That's going to be a dead Seraphine.
Oh,
Shockwave
goodbye,
a little bit too late to
Codis.
save the support.
Yep. Screw Seraphine. I hate this champion. Get her out of my games. She is so annoying.
Storm fist pumping over there. Yes, they got Seraphine.
Yep. Pretty much.
That's how I feel. It hasn't happened often, but whenever I have to cast Teemo, I'm like secretly rooting for, you know, Teemo to die as much as possible.
Okay.
I haven't seen him in a while. Hopefully,
Yeah, I think that champion's
hurt
pretty good,
myself.
to be honest with you.
This is going to be the end of the game. Going to be a looks like a sub 30-minute victory for Dorado Iota, as they have one Nexus turret left to get through.
Well, you cast your curse that they're
Have
resetting.
come out from Iceborn. I mean, I feel
Goodbye,
like they
Codis.
probably could have ended if they wanted to, but it is going to be the flash away, actually, for Gremlin. And they're going to reset. They still have the Baron for about a little over 90 seconds, so they could still try to end with it. Just wanted to refill those resource bars.
Yeah,
And looks like we're
Ziggs
going to go
was
5-man right
basically.
down the mid lane.
Yeah. So the only way they lose is if they Nexus dive their opponents. Pretty sure they win every other time. So I feel like this should just be a simple, nice march down the win. So other than Teemo and Jace, what are the other hated champions for you?
Well, it's interesting because I hate. Oh, nice arrow. Yeah, a lot of arrows onto Codis this game. Yeah, this is not really much of a fight. Just kind of Dorado rolling over the top of him. But yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I hate different champions for different reasons. Like Teemo and Jace, I hate because I think they're both useless. Other champions I hate because I feel like they're too overpowered, or you know, they're annoying for some other reason. Like Shaco, you know, is kind of a pretty unique case, right? Where I hate him. Not because he's too strong or too weak, just because he's annoying.
Okay.
So, you know, it's complicated. But, yeah, this game was not complicated, really, for Dorado. You know, Callie made us a little bit worried in the early game. We did build Nashers first, and we did get solo killed once by So Easy. But that was Callie's only death this game. Did finish 5-1-2, and did quite a lot of work in that side lane. But it is going to be NBK on the Ziggs, topping out those damage charts, as Ziggs often does, with about 35,500 in the 30.5-minute game. Who's your game 3 Pog, Storm?
I actually really like Mustard there. They played, I think, really, really well on that Ashe. They landed a lot of really key ults. They kited well. They did a lot of damage. I think they had a really fantastic game. They would probably be my pick.
Yeah, fair enough. Feels like Mustard was just locked in on Codis that game. Just arrow after arrow straight onto Seraphine's dome. That's probably why you are liking the Mustard vote here, because he was the main one picking off 6-7 in this game. But yeah, regardless, it was a great bounce back here in game 3 for Dorado. They really are able to rally after that really rough game number 2. And now it's going to be Iceborn Kingdom's turn to see if they can bring things back and get us toward those silver scrapes. And in that vein, we should probably get into the break so we can get towards that game 4 as quickly as possible. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Oh, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. Sorry for the delays once again. We do have an amazing producer, another amazing producer, joining us to bring you game number 4, which we're going to be getting underway with very, very shortly, and with a very fun draft to enjoy for this one, Storm. You want to start breaking it down for us once again?
Yeah, this draft is absolutely insane. So, bans have kind of shifted a little bit, I believe, in between these series. That actually not really too much changed in terms of the bans, but Gallia was let through for the side of Ice. They chose not to ban that one, which I think is a little different. Um, oh, do we have a draft recreation? Is this happening on
Oh,
stream?
man. Ice is the GOAT. Okay, here we go.
Oh,
It does
that's
mean
so
that the
exciting.
teams have to wait a little bit longer, but we'll be able to get through this, I think, pretty quickly. So we are going to see these bans come out, and then maybe I'll minimize this other window so that I can be, somewhat suspensed. I know pretty much what's going to happen, but
Okay.
we can sort of talk about things as they come through here. So yeah, the Gallia was banned by
Ice in
by
game one and
Iceborn on their blue side last game, and yeah, when they were on the red side as well in games 1 and 2. So this is, the first game. They are now on red side. After losing that game number 3, Iceborn Kingdom have decided to move back over to the red side, and yeah, as we can see, the Viban going to come through for the side of Dorado on blue.
Yeah, I think that's weird. I guess I know the pick that they've taken. It makes sense actually now that I'm like, why would you ban that one? I'm like, oh, it does make sense because I have the foresight. I'm cheating in this, but yeah.
Sorry,
so
which
there's
pick makes sense?
The Viban because of what they picked.
Okay. So we're confused about the Viban as of right now.
Yes,
but it's going to make sense.
So we see Varus, and you're like, oh, an immobile ADC Viban. This all makes sense, and then you're not ready. So yeah. So Varus first pick ADC, still like it. I think on hit Varus is pretty good because he's almost like Kog'Maw, and poke Varus is kind of cringe, but it's still pretty good. Sivir is the answer, so I think on hit Varus stocks go up. Should have just picked Kog'Maw, as obviously I keep harping on it. Please, in the finals, I swear to God, I will be so biased if you pick Kog'Maw for your team.
We actually did have a Kog'Maw in the Masters quarterfinal reschedule that was on Sunday, and I gave you a little bit of a shout out when I saw that Kog'Maw locked in. So I don't know if you want to go back and find the VOD, but I actually can't remember right now.
Well,
I think
the answer is
well.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the crazy. This is crazy pick number 1. Kindred gets locked in. We see Sivir, Rakan, and Chucko special. It's Kindred. Then Galio is answered with it, giving you a really, really strong 2v2, tons of damage into whoever you're playing against. Mid lane, you see, what mage can you play here? Hui is no good. What am I going to do? And the lock is Yone, of course. No need for pesky mages.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels great with both the Sivir and the Rakan, right? The movement speed from On the Hunt, allowing the Yone to get into position as if he had any trouble with that in the first place, right? But then the Rakan able to follow up on those crazy Yone engages as well. And now into the second ban phase, Camille taken away by Iceborn.
Yep, and they chose to ban Malphite because they have locked 2 ADCs. Makes sense. I still think that champs. I still am amazed. Both Malphite and Silas, by the way, have both not been picked this series so far. It seems crazy to me. Chucko to me also seems really like the guy to see Silas, but yeah.
Sure. I'm really surprised we haven't seen any focus towards the Mel also. I feel like that champion is extremely strong right now. Yeah. It's just been completely ignored. Not picked or banned in this entire series all the way through game number 4.
Yeah, actually, that is weird. I totally forgot about her. I just have a mental block that if the enemy mid laner plays it, we just first ban it every game because my mid laner doesn't. So.
And now here we go with the Lee Sin pick coming through on R4. And this is something that Haman Karn did bring out last week as well. This was his game 5 pick against Syndicate, was 4-2 and 13 on the Lee Sin, and it is obviously very nice into the Kindred.
Yeah. Punt Kindred out of her own ult, Q into her, kill her. It's so gross. It's so good. And then they take
Yeah.
Jax, who's really good into all these 80s like auto attack focused champions here, and then Poppy, who's broken into Lee Sin and Rakan. Like all of these dashes, super good. Think about the only thing I would have liked more here was Tarek. I don't know if anyone else knows
Yeah.
this. The Cosmic Radiance, like ult duration, that ticks down, and Kindred ult duration are the same. So if Kindred ult starts, you can then chain Tarek ult into it, and you have like 5.5 seconds of your team not being able to die. It's
That's
so
crazy. I
gross.
didn't know that lined up
Yeah.
perfectly.
Yeah.
That's actually insane. But the Poppy is great too, right? It
Yeah.
works pretty much the same way as the Lee Sin, except you're obviously able to push enemy champions off of the Kindred
Yeah.
ultimate and try to burst them down. So it's super, super cool, this draft. It feels like both teams are kind of drafting around the Kindred here.
Yeah.
And in large part, it's going to come down to Chucko on this pick. And here we go, on to the Rift for game number 4 as we get a nice little zoom in on the train.
I mean, this is so nice to see the winter map. I have this disabled because I'm visiting colorblind, but I'm sure this will be totally
That's
fine,
right.
and I'm excited for it. But the snow is falling
yeah.
on Summer's Rift. And yeah, so Choco obviously is the priority kind of like thing that I want to be focusing on. I'm wondering where he's going to start. We've been seeing Hallman and Choco down like opposite sides the entire night, and I'm curious if that's going to continue or if Harman Karn is going to look for the invade. I know a lot of the Lee Sins just look to randomly flip the game. The higher elo you go, I see it even more. That's a W start on Kindred. That seems weird.
It's not that weird.
Is it
you
not?
get
Okay.
Wolf does a little bit of extra damage while W is active, so you do get a little bit of extra DPS there towards your first camp, and it does give you that little bit of extra sustain as well. So I do think it
Okay.
might be slightly slower than the Q start, but the
Yeah.
Kindred is going to be a little bit healthier taking that first camp.
Yeah, I will say, Crewman, you probably know a lot more about Kindred than I do because I play Kindred in the mid lane,
Oh,
which
dear.
is not where she's
Well, that's
supposed
pretty
to be.
degenerate.
It is. It is very degenerate. Anyway, we see both of us. We've started on the same side of the map. It's top side start for both these junglers. We see that ward has matched Haman Karns. We do know where he is. There is no cheese ganks coming, which is really good. I think this top lane matchup is also really good for so easy into Kali G here. Raptor ward
Yeah,
is there
nice.
as well. Good call out, Mr. Producer.
Placed by OTF on the Yone.
Yeah.
Interesting, we see Haman Karn going directly from the Raptors into the red buff. So this is, a fast 3, just clearing all the topside camps. I wonder if he's going to be looking towards a gank towards Kali G's Jax in that top lane. Looks like the wave, I believe it is pushing in towards the Jax, so I don't know if there's going to be an angle here for the Lee Sin.
No, doesn't look like it. Do you get enough gold off of doing these 3 camps to buy a longsword or something? If you wanted to.
Could, I think, yeah.
Yeah. Instead, just
But
going to walk
just
a really
gonna-
long way around. That's
Yeah.
okay.
We are seeing that it is lethality Varus as well for Mustard, which does make sense, I think, with the Kindred able to provide that consistent on-hit damage.
Yep. As much as I hate it, kind of in some ways, I think it's still good here. You're not really going to be able to stand around and auto attack this, like these fights. It's going to be like OTF ulting you and like so easy ulting and Haman Karn and stuff that I think just the short try and burst is more important. There's so much CC and like stuff to avoid. I don't think you get that time to just be a turret and sit there. So definitely like that choice. Nice
and it's
clear.
so much better for the lane against the Sitter as well, right?
Yeah.
And now we're about to find out, is Chucko going to win the flip on the Scuttle Crab?
He wins it.
He's down here, yes. Haman Karn is down here as well, but look at this bot priority for Dorado. They're going to move into the river, and Haman Karn's not even going to fight for it. So mark number 1 secured for Chucko.
Yep. And we saw Lee Sin I believe he was spotted on that topside ward as well. That was placed by NBK there, so they should have vision on him. Kali G's just going to come down here and just to make sure and seize him. So we have full vision now for both junglers. Chucko is going to get
Lee Sin
found
is marked.
here.
OTF over the wall. Looking for the knock up. And it's just going to snap
Oh,
back.
that was flash from Chucko.
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice. You're right. Yeah. It's I don't have, just full disclosure, I don't have audio this game. So,
Right.
good catch, Storm. Thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, I think he was really worried that Holman Karn was just going to go in with that Q and kill him. I think it was getting really, really close that it would have finished him off with a QE there. But Galio Taunt
Yeah.
was provided there by MBK, so Holman Karn deciding not to take that. Just instead gets it clear and is now looking for this top lane gank
All right.
here.
Yeah, Kali G going to go for the counter strike, finds the stun onto EZ, and leap strikes away from the Sonic Wave. And now it should be able to collect this minion wave, despite being out of mana, 6-7. Going to find the grand entrance, and is going to be able to back away from that one. Mustard running a little bit low on resources down here as well.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned for Holman Karn because he's stuck out on the map here. Had to help push in there for his top laner with so easy into this Jax, and now is finally getting his reset off. Whereas Chucko now has a lot of free time here, right? As just clearing towards his Raptors now should even be able
The
to start
mark?
looking. Yeah, start looking for
Gonna
that
spawn
mark.
on the Grom.
Maybe
But
Holman's
the
sprinting for
Kindred
it.
is not going to be able to get over there in time. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the Lee Sin is going to be able to get over there in time. And so Chucko still on just the one mark for now. We're going to see some resets coming out from the bot lane as well. Mountain Dragon first up this game.
Yeah, and for anyone who doesn't distinctly know what these kindred marks things are, as you take them, you get increased stats, and the big like breakpoint is every 4, I believe, is you get extra attack range, and the first one matters so much. It turns her from like having the same AD range as like most champions to like being a longer range ADC. I think you go from like Lucian auto range to above, like to around Corky's after
Potentially
your
a
first
fight.
mark.
Koda's going to find the knockup onto NBK, but nobody able to follow up on that one. And yeah, the first breakpoint for the Kindred is at 4 marks, and then it is every 3 marks after that. And yeah,
Okay.
not only do you get the increased range, but your abilities, your basic abilities also get enhanced. Like you get extra attack speed from Q and extra damage from E and that sort of thing. So yeah, really,
Okay.
really big to try to get those marks. You can see so easy moving down here to deny the Scuttle Crab from Chucko. Really nice move there from the Gragas, denying that second mark.
Yeah, his whole team was there, right? We saw 6-7 was on the roam for that. Like the whole team was ready to fight for that. There's 3 wards over there. There is no way Chucko was getting that. Everyone was on point and ready for that, especially with MBK getting chunked out here. I feel really bad for him. I'm pretty sure he's forced to play one-shot Galio this game. There's no point trying to build like tank. Like you can't go Sunfire MR because you were against pretty much full AD with the exception of a Gragas who's probably never trying to hit spells towards you. I'm guessing there might be like some armor built in the future for this Galio, but I don't know. It might just be full AP.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I think the full AP Galio can work. You know, if they're able to effectively execute the Kindred Galio combo, then that could be really powerful, right? As the Kindred ultimate times out and the big old nuke falls out of the sky.
Yeah.
Could look pretty good if they're able to execute it properly. Grubs have now spawned as well. Nobody taking that first dragon yet. Takes quite a while to take down that mountain dragon, so neither jungler willing to commit the time just yet. As they are pretty much keeping pace with one another for now in terms of the farming. So the Mark's going to spawn on the Gromp once again, but once again, Chucko not able to get over there. Bot lane on a reset.
Yep. Kali G kind of playing this lane matchup. How it works, you just get... Oh, that's 2 tower shots.
Yeah.
That was brave.
This is, it was, but, you know, he's able to battle dance his way back out of there. NBK, not not enough time to channel the taunt. So the Rakan was completely fine.
Yeah.
I mean, teleport back into the top lane for Callie. So easy, gonna have it back relatively soon. Not gonna need it to get back to this minion wave, though. Has plenty of time to walk back in there.
Yeah, and we see
And we're
on
seeing
the
a couple of
realm,
pings.
Gremlin up for these grubs, looking to fight for them.
And there is not going to be a fight in the end, as the grubs are going to go over uncontested. Hamonkarn still on that bottom side of the map. The early turret plate secured for the Jacks. Actually looking for 2, and we'll get 2. So easy, trying to punish this explosive cast, but Callie never picked up aggro from the tower. And it looks like it's just going to be able to get out of here.
Chucko's coming up
Hamonkarn
too.
on the dragon. Yeah, Chucko is moving up now towards
Okay, is
the
able to
Gragas,
escort
but so
him.
he's going to back away.
Okay.
Good patience there from the Jacks.
Oh, they have hats. That's so cute.
You didn't know that?
I told you I had this map disabled because I'm blue-green
Oh, that's
colorblind,
right.
so I can't see anything on it.
Right. Fair enough.
It's very blue.
It's very cute. And Baron has like just wait till you see Baron. He's
Oh.
very festive as well.
That's exciting. Why doesn't Gromp have a hat? He should.
True. Justice for Gromp.
Yeah.
He wants to celebrate the holiday as well.
I do think it's a little
Let's
weird
see.
that Chucko skipped his red buff. It's been up for like 2 or 3 minutes down here on the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, kind of spent a lot of time on that top side of the map, right? Taking the grubs and covering for Callie.
Yeah.
Going to be able to get down towards that now.
Speaking of Callie, he
Hamonkarn now.
leap striked Ian. I think Hamonkarn's going to kill him.
Yeah. Callie does pop the ultimate pretty early. There's going to be the kickback from Haman.
Look
Callie
at-
jumping away, though, from the body slam of
MBK
EZ.
sprinting up as well. He was ready to cover that with the R, and OTF calls it. Had to burn his ult.
Now, Chucko still just sitting on that 1 mark. That is starting to get a little bit concerning. Kindred really wants to try to get towards that grub.
Oh,
Knows
we're
that
flipping
Lee
the
Sin
game
was
on
on the
Gromp.
top side. It's Kindred. You've got to get these marks. It's really important. 6-7, gonna be able to dash away. Control ward down. Hamonkarn coming in hot. Gonna
Oh,
find a
it's
Sonic
the
Wave on a
flip.
Gremlin. Stunned into the wall, though. Chucko does have the Lamb's Respite. Gonna keep everybody alive for now. In comes the Galio with the Hero's Entrance, and it's Kodas taken down first. Chain of Corruption gonna connect onto Koopa as well. And it's going to be the side of Iceborn Kingdom forced to cede over the Gromp. 1 kill plus the mark for Dorado.
Yeah, and I thought that was going to be an absolute disaster when I saw Hamonkarn W over that wall with his Eclipse done, but or Syzygy, whatever. It's Eclipse, right? That's just the Ornn upgrade I have
Yes,
stuck
it's
in my
Eclipse,
head. Okay, thank
That's
you.
right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that fight was going to be so over, but he didn't have Dragon's Rage, right? Had used it top lane when he was trying to get that pick onto Callie G, which just meant that Kindred ult just stymied all of the advantage that they had. And that's the second mark down, and that's recall set in, right? We got our Kraken Slayer done, got some armor in
Nice.
these boots, which is going to be really big as well.
All right,
And-
and that next mark going to be on either the Gromp, or not the Gromp, the Raptors or the Scuttle Crab for Chucko. You can see him moving into this river right now to potentially contest with Mr. Karn. As the Lee Sin potentially going to be forced to leave the area. Unfortunately for Chucko, the mark is on the Raptors, but they're going to chase into the enemy jungle here potentially. There's got to be Koda stunned into the wall and taken down. NBK is going to pick up his first kill of the game, and Chucko now free and clear to move on towards those chickens. That's going to be Kindred up to 3. Now we are starting to accelerate for Dorado, looking pretty good.
Yeah. That's pretty big. Has the mark on Lee Sin. We see Lee Sin finally taking this red buff away that has been sitting up on this map for Chucko for super long. I have no idea why this red buff just wasn't claimed. But he's behind
Now
now.
we're
He
gonna be
can look
looking for
around for the
Mustard.
Varus.
Dragon's Rage available once again for the Lee Sin. Let's see it, Haman. It
It's
shouldn't be
just
too
Star
complicated. There's the kick. Yeah, and pretty elementary there for the Lee Sin. And that is going to be Hamonkarn's first kill of the game. And that's actually the first kill for Iceborn. They do get
Yeah.
themselves onto the board.
Yeah, it feels like we've had a lot of action so far this early game, but there hasn't been all that much. It's 14 minutes and we only had 3 kills. Everyone's just farming up pretty well
Uh-oh.
here. But Chucko's
Chucko's
about to
about to
face
face
Jake.
check. Oh, good
Hold the
reaction.
W.
Kindred quickly jumps
Wow.
away. Yeah. Gonna get knocked up by Codis, though. The Fate Seal jumped away from Chucko. Dodges away from the Yone. And now the taunt on a 2
look
from
at
NBK. Doing a bunch of damage in the flank angle from Kali G. Codis trying to run with the quickness. The Rakan will get away. The Lee Sin will not be so lucky. Feet of Warfare, Dorado Iota.
Yeah, that's pretty big for them. And we see immediately it's mark hunting time. We got the mark from killing Lee Sin. It's time to get that extra one from
Oh,
Grump.
boy.
I think this is
That's 5.
Yeah, 5 now already. Oh, gonna get the blue buff consolation too. This is looking like it might be Kindred's game. Chucko is in such a great
Absolutely.
position to carry right now.
Yes, he is. Very, very strong now. Probably sitting on a decent amount of gold as well, I imagine, but gonna stick around to look for this dragon. Would it tie things up at 1 dragon apiece? You can see no vision at all anywhere near this objective for Iceborn.
Yeah,
So it looks like they will be forced to give it up. And that is 2
And-
neutral objectives now for Dorado as well.
Codis is looking top lane
comes
for
Codis.
Kali here. Has
Is
the
Jax
quickness.
really killable here? I mean, the Gragas does have Rod of Ages. Kali gonna leap strike back on towards Codis, and here comes the Galio. NBK to defend the top laner. And will be successful. Escorts Kali out to safety.
Yeah.
Is Koopa going to be punished for Codis' roam towards this top side? You could see Gremlin kind of thinking about finding the angle. Chucko moving in that direction as well.
Yeah, I feel like if we see this mark onto Sivir, it's for sure going to be a dive angle here. Oh, Harold has his Rudolph. Okay, that was cute.
Yeah. Koopa kind of recognizing the fact that he's in danger, pops on the hunt, and the spell shield
that
as well.
was well played. So
Yeah,
Poppy E'd
good.
towards a minion there to then try and get the ult charge off. Koopa recognizing it, uses the spell shield on the ult charge, making sure they don't get knocked up and then getting burst down by Kindred. Well played from them knowing about the Popsy like taxi service kind of thing. Catches a lot of people off in top lane when you like E to a minion and then Q to get that damage off.
Oh, really close race there for first break, but narrowly Dorado did manage to win out. That will be feats of strength for them. Harold is going to find some pretty good value, though, so he's going to be able to pilot it into the tier 2.
Yeah. And Popstar Gragas able to get away as well. Gonna get, I'm pretty sure most of. Okay, just get some extra components there. Gonna start building towards that Archangel's staff there. With all of those, Chucko seeing his top side is gone. Probably no real surprise to him, but just wanted to get those timers set on his map that Riot have finally given us. Thank you. I don't know why we had to download programs for so many years to tell us when our camps were spawning with an actual timer.
Yeah, big game changer. You know, I never
Yeah.
actually used any of those programs myself.
Oh,
So yeah, it's been pretty helpful, gotta say.
okay. So
Uh,
we have a little
Oh.
bit of downtime right now while we're waiting for this next dragon to spawn, and I'm wondering where it's going to be. It looks like we're continuing to focus on Kali G. That seems to be the plan for So Easy and the rest of Iceborn is just focus as much as we can into
well,
this guy.
let's see if it's gonna work out this time around. Dragon's Rage is available
Oh,
for
he
Amon.
dodged
Looks
it.
like it will be needed. Kali G gonna go for the counter strike. Does find the stun under 2, but not enough to get him out to safety, and that's gonna be another kill over to So Easy, or So Easy's first of the game, actually, I should say.
Yeah, that
is
was-
a mark, I believe, for Chucko. That is 6 on the Kindred, though, so Chucko able to find something on the cross map. 2 minutes on the next dragon.
I will say that was so well played by Kali G. He queued to dodge the like Gragas ult. He had his ult timer as well up for when Hamankarn ulted and queued him to give him all of that extra armor that was a disgusting ad, I would like to say, but seems to have not really done anything. Those changes to like the lower Jax's base damage actually did quite a bit. And Chucko's just 1 mark off, you were saying, from getting 7, right? Which is going to give him his second
That's
range
right.
upgrade and everything.
Yeah, and once we get to that point for the Kindred, then he is going to be extremely powerful.
Yeah.
So very close now. But yeah, I mean, honestly, all this focus towards Cali G, it's really reminding me of game number 1 when he was on the Scion, right? And Iceborn Kingdoms felt like they were focusing him so heavily. But
Yeah.
it didn't work out for them in that game. And they're going to look for him again here, just constantly trying to pressure the Dorado top laner. But that was his first death, that we just saw a moment ago in that top lane. He's been doing a great job of being pretty resilient to these ganks. And now Haman Karn getting collapsed on, trying to jump over towards the Poppy, dashes back towards Koda's Chain of Corruption, not quite going to land, but NBK on the wraparound, finds the taunt onto 2. Haman Karn will be destroyed. Koda's trying to get back under the tier 2, and it's going to be Chucko securing the kill. OTF picked up for the double. 6-2 now on the board as Dorado take the lead.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge win for them. This is going to give them all of the vision control that they need. I'm sure whenever Dragon spawns, it's going to give them as well. But with no ult here, I don't think Mustard gets anything.
Yeah, should be another Dragon now for Dorado, and I believe that was 7 marks now for the Kindred as well. Not 100% sure, but I think I don't see anybody marked. Yep, there it is, 7 marks.
Yeah.
So Chucko is very much online and almost certainly has his second item done in base as well.
Yeah, the
Very
collector.
scary Kindred.
I'm guessing with those items. Well, yes, it is the collector, right?
Yeah. Oh, Mustard going to get hit by the Sonic Wave.
Oh,
nice
what a
flash from the
flash!
Varus. Yeah, anticipating the play that Haman Karn was looking for there. Makes sure that he's not going to be sent in the wrong direction by that Dragon's Rage. Heads up from Mustard.
Yeah. And again, I'm sure everyone knows it, but you do get rooted when that is why. Okay,
That's
never
going to be the
mind.
charge into the wall onto Kodas, and the Rakan did not stand a chance. Immediately going to get taken down once again, and look at the damage coming out from Chucko. Jumps over the wall. Koopa with the spell shield, and the body slam from So Easy does come out, but Lamb's respite is there. Barely the Kindred able to get back on top of the ultimate, and the taunt coming out onto the Yone is going to be the end of OTF. Koopa trying to fight back, barely going to be able to get that kill onto Chucko. Does end up being a 2-for-1. Dorado narrowly coming out on top.
Yeah, just nice edge plays getting made constantly from this. Chucko just being able to stay on the very edge of that ult range there. And then Koopa just... I'm playing with fire, basically. Was so close to dying to just a random Kindred auto. I'm pretty sure just one auto would have done it, right? With that collector finished. I think that was all he needed and just wasn't able to get it. Oh.
Yeah, very brave from Koopa. But, again, just to go back to, one of our talking points from earlier, feels like Koopa has really been the most consistent member of Iceborn Kingdom this season. And I think he is going to need to step up in this game to get them to Silver Scrapes. Almost done with the Infinity Edge right now on the Sivir. That is going to be a pretty big spike, but really you want to get towards that third item, right, with the Sivir before you're really feeling good.
Yeah, I also really want to see this item get completed for Yone. Having that shield bow done is so big. Oh, Chucko hurts so bad.
Yeah, man. Injured, very scary. Even has the bonus BF sword now on top of those 2 items. Otacon start for Iceborn. Oh, this is risky, but there's no vision here for Dorado right now. Do they suspect? They don't know. Okay, Gremlin is starting to move
they
over,
know
but
now.
what's Otacon at? It's down to half already. Chucko is not close to this at all. Koda's doing a great job of zoning members away. In comes NBK, though, and Chucko desperately trying to get over here. Not going to be in time. It is going to be secured by the side of Iceborn, but they've already lost their top laner. So Easy sacrificing himself to buy his team enough time to finish the objective. Iceborn Kingdom going to be happy with that one. Honestly, daylight robbery to get that Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is them playing off of Chucko, that they know that this guy is literally just going to cycle camps and farm as hard as possible. So they saw him kill those Krugs, and they went, he's going to topside? This is free, let's take it.
Dang, yeah, really good game sense there from Iceborn. it was very decisive as well. That was clearly a call that they made together as a team, or at least, you know, everybody was very quick to follow up on whoever did make the call. So credit to them. They're still in a very dangerous spot right now in this game. They're down about 4,500 gold, and this Kindred is not getting any weaker.
Yeah. Lee Sin getting towards this Black Cleaver should have it finished here on his next reset. It has such a low combine cost. We see a couple of other items coming out here. Shield Bow done for Yone, which I think is pretty big. Our Redemption has been finished. Both of our supports have their first items. Don't imagine they're going to get much more. Cosmic Drive done for this Gragas just so that he can play this really infuriating build with that phase rush in the top lane. Be interesting to see how well he's able to match into MBK. I feel like this is how the side lanes are going to work out now. And it's obviously really, really preferable to have Jax being able to play into Yone instead of Gragas. Same with Galio into Gragas, you know, having those kind of AP into AD matchups. But Baron has spawned. He has Festival
It has
Lights.
indeed, and it is marked as well. Oh, a fight breaking out of the mid lane. In comes the Galio with the hero's entrance.
But look at
It's a very low
Choco
health
just
bars off on the side. Coda staying alive for
constantly
now.
pumping
It's going to be the
damage.
kill onto So Easy to start out. Coda's dashing away back over the wall. Just going to be, Haman Karn falling there as well. That should then be the Nasher over to Dorado.
Wow.
Mittens
Festive.
and all. Absolutely. That Christmas tree about to get cut down, Storm.
Yeah. I think
Can
they're even.
Iceborn get the dragon?
I don't
in the
think so.
meantime? I don't
Because
think
they ran
have
over
time
that
either.
pink ward, right? And there's the TP
Yeah.
out.
All
that
right,
was-
so it's going to be Inferno Soul Point as well for Dorado. They are in complete control now.
Okay. So, what do we got to try and make a way into this game? It's got to be something crazy with like Yone ult, right? That's the only way you win this is you get the 5-man Yone ult Dream Wombo from OTF or something. I can't see another way in for a win.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you do have the Sivir is going to continue to get stronger, but yeah, it feels like it's really tough for Koopa to get into a position to actually hit him. And you're so short range. You're not only outranged by the Varus now, but the Kindred is going to comfortably outrange you as well. Really, really tough to have any time to hit in these fights for Koopa. Oh, taking a big chunk of that piercing arrow as well.
Yeah, they somehow have to be
Baron
able to
on
get
for-
some of this shutdown gold, right? They need to kill NBK, but that's a pretty tall order. This Galio is like... Oh, excuse me. Sorry. As I was saying,
What about the
Galio or
Galio?
Varus. Galio or Varus are who you want to be killing, right? They're the
Oh,
players
they're
that
going to
can
look for
get
the
shut
play.
down.
NBK over the wall, looking for the taunt onto OTF. OTF tries to flash away, and the shield bow is going to help keep him alive. Choco taking a couple of turret shots there, and the Kindred a bit chunked out as well, and is going to retreat back into the jungle. Looks like the inhibitor line going to stand for Iceborn for now. Baron on still for one more minute. This cannon minion barely hanging on is actually going to be enough to take down this mid inhibitor tower. Cali G shepherding in the top wave as well.
Okay, so what do we play for now? I mean, obviously we want to take this inhib actually. You've over 3 minutes till your soul starts.
Coda's gonna
Here's
look
the
for
fight.
engagement. A beautiful steadfast presence from Gremlin completely stuffs the Rakan's engage. And that is going to be a big tool down now for Iceborn as they continue to try to defend their base. The Baron is going to time out soon. The Dorado are not going to press their luck. They're going to accept that mid inhibitor, and they're going to go ahead and take their empowered recalls.
Okay, so what do we have in terms of gold? It's so the gold lead is very much in the jungle. Look at that, 4,000 gold up for Kindred. Holy
Top lane
crap!
as well. 3,000 gold
Yes,
lead for
yeah.
Cali G after getting focused so heavily by Haman Karn.
Oh,
Still
no,
managed to give
Gremlin?
himself a massive lead. And Gremlin, the steadfast
Oh
presence,
my
going to
God,
time out
he's
here, knocked up by the grand entrance. But here
still
comes the
alive.
hero's entrance from the Galio, kept alive by NBK, who's now Justice punching forward. Rocket Belt as well, flashing in, 4-man taunt from the Galio, but the follow-up not there quite yet. Chucko now dashing forward, OTF running out of HP. The Q3 for a little bit of extra range. Cali G on the TP flank, closing the door on Iceborn Kingdom season, perhaps, as they still have 3 members alive to try to defend the base. The Baron has dissipated, but 5 men strong. Dorado move into the bot lane to look for their second inhibitor.
Yeah, I think this should be them getting it, but it's hard to tell. I feel like you can just press and end the game here, but I feel like being such a big series, they're going to take this reset.
And go for the safer line. It is only 5 seconds on Codus, so they're just going to recall once again, and they're going to have a great opportunity to look for the Infernal Soul here in just over a minute. And it's desperation hours now for Iceborn Kingdom. Do you fight for this? Do you try to sneak Karn in there to go for a miracle steal? What's your best chance at this point? Oh, they may have
he's
found
behind
Chuckle.
him.
The flash kick from Karn and Kindred.
But
Surely
they don't
he's
have the
gonna be going
damage.
down
Oh,
here.
he does die.
Lamb's Respite not even used by the Kindred. Chucko alone in the jungle, found out by Karn, and a necessary pick to keep Iceborn's season alive. But still, this is a tough situation to play out. You can see Dorado just looking to pressure that last remaining inhibitor, threatening, if you take the dragon, we're going to take your base.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't even think this... I don't know if they even win a 4v5 at this point. Like, the 5v4, I mean? I don't know if their team's strong enough. They just expended so much to kill that Kindred. And she's up in 10 seconds. Like, she's up when Dragon's up.
Yeah, I mean, they have enough members in the area. Honestly, just the Lee Sin and the Sivir should be enough to shred through that dragon before the Kindred can get over there. But this, a nice explosive cast from So Easy, but he doesn't get the entire minion wave. Looks like it will be 3 inhibitors down for Iceborn Kingdom. You see, Cali G is actually looking to try to do something about this dragon take. It is going to be secured by Karn. Now the Jax is still trying to be a nuisance here. As Iceborn Kingdom trying to get back towards their base. Cali G jumping back in. That's going to be the 3-man stun from the Counter-Strike, and Chucko is here. Dashing forward. Karn dashing back away.
MBK's here.
Going to try to close the door on him. It's going to be a 3-man taunt from the Galio once again. 2 kills already. As the flash in for Gremlin finds the Keeper's Verdict onto the Gragas, who body slams over to the Blast Cone. Flashing in is Cali G. It's going to be a double kill for the Kindred. Triple kill for the Kindred. And Iceborn's Kingdom will fall to ruin. Dorado Gaming Iota move on to the finals.
Is Chucko able to get this kill, or does his team end it too quickly? It looks like they end it quickly. To end this one.
And it will indeed, Storm. Our season will end the same way that it began. XSV Gluttony versus Dorado Gaming Iota. The stage is set. And one final showdown next week for the chip.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this. XSV Gluttony taking that 3-1 over Monkey Business here to get to the finals themselves. Dorado also dropping a game, so both these teams showing that they can lose. They are human after all, but both had very dominant seasons to get to this point as well. I think it's fair to say both have been absolutely incredible, and that was a great series. I think Ice played really, really well that game. I mean, Karn was in such a difficult position that game into Chucko that he had to try and go for it. Chucko knew where he started, scouted him early, and just never gave him that time or that opportunity to get those invades and just kill Kindred over and over.
And it will be, in the end, Chucko easily out in front on that damage chart, just under 30k in this game on the Kindred. And I think that has to be the POG in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a lovely performance from NBK as well on this Galio. And Gremlin had some exquisite plays on this Poppy as well. Cali G deserves so much credit for, soaking up all of that pressure and still managing to get himself a lead. But yeah, I think I'd have to vote for Chucko. What do you think?
I am fully in agreement with you. I think Chucko played really, really well. I think top lane, you definitely deserve a shout out for that game as Jax. You got camped super hard. You were up CS the entire game. You weren't in a great matchup, and you did absolutely incredible. So shout outs to you as well.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. A strong performance overall from Dorado tonight, it's safe to say. But, I mean, we shouldn't forget that the one game that they did lose, they got crushed. They got annihilated in that, I think it was game number 2, right? Where they just
Right.
kind of rolled over. And we were very confused about what was happening. But overall, definitely, I mean, you said it. It was a one-sided series, all things considered.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm really excited for next week for this Gluttony versus Monkey. Gluttony versus Dorado showdown to see who's going to win this chip. I think there's a lot riding on this. I think both these teams have a pretty legitimate shot. I mean, their first series that they played was super, super close and went the full 3. I'm hoping we see a full 5. I want to see a game 5 fearless. I want to see the weird stuff in the bot lane, seeing what teams have to bring out. I love Fearless. I think this has been a great beneficiary to League. And we've been seeing really
Yeah.
cool stuff. Like even this game, I don't see a lot of Kindred versus Lee Sin in my solo queue games. And it hasn't been something I've seen in almost any of the comp games I've ever seen. So it's awesome to see these extra picks being brought out. Shout outs to everyone at BOL Emerald for helping us out tonight. Thank you, Ice, for jumping in as our third producer so that we were able to produce this and get it out to you guys. I hope everyone has enjoyed the evening. Do you got anything else, Kermit?
No, I think you pretty much covered everything. Yeah, special thanks to Ice. It was great to have him in the booth with us tonight here at the end. Of course, special thanks to Mr. Lean as well, coming in for game number 3. And of course, thanks to Sirius as well. It's not his fault that he lost power. Hopefully he does well on that exam. But yeah, from myself and Storm and everybody here at Blue Water, thank you very much for watching. We are going to have the Platinum. I believe they're also on their semifinals. That's going to be happening tomorrow night, so make sure you tune in for that one. And we will be back for the Season 14 Emerald League Finals next week. Make sure you don't miss it. From us here, thank you for watching. Have a great night.